Chapter 1024. Betrayal of the Ancient Kingdoms. Looks like the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the others are going all out. Great Tang's king said calmly. We're the same. Lion Orchid King's elder nodded and looked at Great Qin's king. Lin Ling hasn't arrived yet? He'll come when it's time. Great Qin's king was as handsome as ever. He looked calm on the surface, but he felt uneasy inwardly. If they won this battle, the Great Qin dynasty would benefit greatly, and its name would shake the world. The 5 ancient kingdoms would become 3 ancient kingdoms. However, if they lost, the Great Qin dynasty would disappear from this world forever. After all, the Great Qin dynasty had mobilized all of its forces today. If they were all captured in one fell swoop, the Great Qin dynasty would no longer have any experts to defend it. However, Lin Ling was the one who had said that the final battle would happen, and he trusted Lin Ling a lot. He knew that Lin Ling was very cautious, and if he was certain that the final battle would happen, he would be confident. Lin Ling is here. At that moment, someone spoke, causing the heavens and earth to fall silent. Millions of people looked at the figure in the sky, especially the younger generation. Their hearts beat violently. Lin Ling was their idol, and he had become a king as a genius. They didn't know when they would be able to reach the same height as Lin Ling. 5 people? Plus a demonic beast? Following this, the crowd looked at the people following Lin Ling and found that there were only 4 people and a giant red-furred ape. Lin Ling and the others were sitting on top of that giant ape. However, apart from one person, Lin Ling is at the Saint Spirit realm. Yes. Are these all of his trump cards? Many people thought to themselves. In such a big battle, Lin Ling should have used all of his trump cards. The eyes of the 5 ancient kingdoms' emperors flickered. Following this, when Lin Ling arrived at the mountain range, Great Qin's king smiled and said, "He's here." Yes. Lin Ling glanced at the emperors of the other 2 ancient countries and nodded. This was the first time he had seen the emperors of the other 2 ancient countries. They were very powerful, at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. If he did not use his trump card, he would not be a match for them. You're Lin Ling. The emperors of the 2 ancient countries looked at Lin Ling. This was also the first time they had seen him, but they couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's name had shaken the entire rainforest Holy Land, but only after seeing him with their own eyes did they realize that his aura was indeed extraordinary. A black cloak, long robes, and long hair fluttering in the wind. His expression was indifferent, unaffected by the world. It was clear that Lin Ling had experienced many great battles. Only like this could he remain calm when facing an ancient expert. Let's begin. Lin Ling did not care about the attitude of the 2 emperors. Instead, he said calmly. Sure. The 3 emperors nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling came to the edge of the mountain and looked at the endless sky. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "The great battle begins." Boom! Along with his voice, the entire world seemed to tremble. Countless experts narrowed their eyes and killing intent leaked out from the depths of their eyes. Fight! A mighty voice sounded. Then, Lin Ling took a step forward and the army followed Lin Ling towards Heavenly Dragon City. So handsome. Many people in the distance were trembling in their hearts, especially the female experts. Their eyes were flickering with light. Lin Ling was indeed very handsome to be able to summon 3 ancient countries. As for the Heavenly Dragon Empire, they had been waiting for Lin Ling's arrival for a long time. The moment they saw Lin Ling, everyone's eyes focused on him. For many of them, this was the first time they had seen Lin Ling, but now, they could faintly feel that Lin Ling was difficult to deal with. Get ready. Dragon King Tian waved his hand and all the experts prepared themselves for battle. In the sky, invisible auras collided with each other. King's chi bloomed. A total of 6 kings were like dazzling stars, intimidating the entire world. After an incense stick's time, the experts of the 5 ancient countries drew their swords and clashed with each other, making the sky inexplicably more oppressive. Lin Ling, as expected of a young hero. However, the enmity between you and me, is it unresolvable? Dragon King Tian looked at the black-clothed Lin Ling in the distance and said indifferently. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent as he scanned the crowd. Finally, he found Lord Long, who had a cold expression on his face. He said coldly, "Unless he dies and you two emperors apologize, we will never understand." Lin Ling, what kind of attitude is this? How dare you speak to our emperor like this? Lin Ling's voice was as if he did not hear anything. This made many people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire angry. Do you have the right to speak? However, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. The sword in his right hand ruthlessly slashed out and instantly took the lives of those people. The current situation was very clear. However, those people still wanted to show off. In addition, the two armies were fighting. Lin Ling naturally could not show weakness. It seems that there is no solution. However, I also did not think that there would be a solution. Because those who violated my Justice Duan family cannot possibly still be alive. Immortal Qilin said indifferently. Then, he suddenly laughed. Before the battle, I want to ask you a question. Lin Ling, have you ever thought that you would die? When these words came out, many people of the Justice Duan family laughed. They seemed to be looking forward to this question. No. Lin Ling did not know why the other party was laughing and shook his head indifferently. If one day, you discover that everything you control is a dream and you are about to die, how would you feel? Dragon King Tian said indifferently. No. Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent. You don't have now, but you will in a while. Dragon King Tian laughed lightly. His expression suddenly became somewhat playful. He even looked at the great Tang King behind Lin Ling and said, "Yesterday, the wine at the Imperial Wine Banquet was not bad." That was the great Tang Empire's 1,000-year ice-burning jade. Naturally, it can't be wrong. However, the great Tang King also laughed. His words caused the eyes of the great Qin dynasty's people to narrow. What was going on? The battle was about to begin, but Dragon King Tian and the great Tang King were drinking yesterday? You! The great Qin King's expression changed slightly as he frowned at the two of them. Sorry, I was also at the Imperial Wine Banquet yesterday. However, what made him even more surprised was that the immortal Qilin also said with a faint smile. Immortal Qilin, you are like a Qilin, but your alcohol tolerance is poor. After the immortal Qilin spoke, the Lion Orchid King laughed. His voice was indescribably heroic. Silence. The entire world fell silent. Countless people in the distance narrowed their eyes. They also couldn't see what was going on. The great Qin dynasty's people began to tremble. Vaguely, they seemed to have guessed something. They had been betrayed. Or it could be said that the entire battle was a trap to deceive the great Qin dynasty. Are you surprised? Originally, 3 ancient countries joined forces to wipe out 2 ancient countries. Now, it has become 4 ancient countries to wipe out the great Qin dynasty. As if he felt that there was no need to hide it anymore, the great Tang King spoke indifferently and spoke the truth. Qi. Although many people in the great Qin dynasty had guessed it, when the truth was revealed, they were still shocked and gasped. 4 ancient countries joined forces to wipe out the great Qin dynasty, wipe out Lin Ling. The crowd in the distance stiffened. The situation had changed beyond their imagination. Lin Ling had been tricked. On the 3rd day of the new year, I still pay my New Year's greetings. The chapter 1 owed yesterday has been made up today. Chapter 1025. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. After a moment of silence, the 4 sovereigns suddenly started to loudly laugh. They seemed to enjoy seeing the great Qin King and Lin Ling's shocked expressions. Perhaps they knew that Lin Ling had wanted to take revenge, but now that things had changed, he had become a ghost under someone else's blade. As such, he felt quite uncomfortable. The people of the Great Qin dynasty were pale. They had come out in full force, but they were facing the experts of the four ancient kingdoms. They could not escape this calamity. All of you are despicable. I should have listened to Lin Ling. I should not have trusted you. Ha ha ha. The Great Qin king's handsome face was filled with anger, but his anger was met with even more mockery. It was as if the Great Qin dynasty was an ant that they were toying with. Great Qin Emperor, you were too focused on benefits, and in the end, you lost the entire battle. Lin Ling was much more cautious than you, and he was not blinded by benefits. However, we sacrificed Duanzun Wang as bait, and then ambushed Nuer. In the end, Lin Ling still fell for it. You trusted Lin Ling, and brought all the powerful cultivators of the Great Qin Empire out, and you were all wiped out. The Great Tang King seemed to have everything under control. Great Qin King, you must be in pain. More painful things have yet to come. Your Great Qin dynasty will disappear from this world, and you, the high and mighty emperor, will become a slave. Furthermore, I know that you are a woman, the most beautiful woman in the world. I look forward to the day when you serve me. Ha ha ha. TSK, a slave like an emperor, and a beauty. I look forward to it too. Ha ha ha. The other emperors could not help but laugh. Among them, Dragon King Tianlong looked at Lin Ling and suddenly shouted, Lin Ling, I said before, have you ever thought that you would die? How do you feel now? As he said this, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's name had shaken the holy land of the rainforest not long ago, but today, he had fallen from heaven to hell. They wondered how Lin Ling would feel. If you were an ant, then so be it if you died. However, you can be considered a great king, so before you die, tell me your thoughts. The Qilin immortal king looked down from above and indifferently asked. He was also looking forward to what Lin Ling would say. Perhaps he would beg for mercy, perhaps he would regret his actions, but no matter what he said, he would be incomparably pleased. I just want to know what kind of person can make the four great ancient nations work together. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was indifferent as he calmly spoke. Everyone was astonished. They didn't think that Lin Ling would ask such a question. The four great kings looked at each other but remained silent. This made everyone feel that they were incomparably mysterious. It was because of me. At this moment, a clear and elegant voice drifted out. Under countless gazes, a young man with long flowing hair strode out. He had a slender physique and his hands were clasped behind his back. He had an indescribable expression on his face, causing many spectators to suck in a breath of cold air. This young man was very strong. He had surpassed all the heavens chosen from the martial arts palace. But who was he? Many people didn't recognize that young man. One of the Rain clan's twin prides, Mo Zihu. Lin Ling coldly said. He already had a guess in his heart, but now he had finally confirmed it. Rain clan. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. To them, the four desolate races were like the most mysterious ancient races. They were rarely seen, but today, they had finally seen a genius from the Rain clan. And his strength was astonishing. Young Master Zihu. The four great kings looked at Mo Zihu and laughed. They had to give face to the desolate race's bloodline. And according to what they knew, although Lin Ling also had the Rain clan's bloodline, he wasn't treated well in the Rain clan. He was treated like a servant. As for Mo Zihu, he had the true Rain clan's bloodline. Heh heh. Mo Zihu faintly smiled. He enjoyed the respectful gazes from all around him. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "You never thought that it would be me in the end, right?" He was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's shocked expression. And he guessed that Lin Ling would be extremely shocked or even regretful. However, he didn't know that he was overthinking things. It's not much of a surprise. I already guessed it. Lin Ling calmly said. It made Mo Zihu's pupils constrict. He came here proudly because he wanted to see Lin Ling's shock, but Lin Ling was too calm. It made him feel extremely uncomfortable. To be able to summon the 4 great ancient countries, other than the desolate race, no one else has the ability. And the person in the desolate race who hates me the most is none other than you, a loser. Furthermore, you are a piece of trash who has been defeated twice by me. Lin Ling's lips twitched as his disdainful voice floated out. Mo Zihu has lost to Lin Ling before. The crowd's pupils trembled. This matter came from the desolate race, so they did not know about it. The 4 great kings also frowned. To them, Mo Zihu represented the Rain clan. His status was extremely noble, but he had lost to Lin Ling? This seems somewhat embarrassing. Why does a dying person like you have so much nonsense to say? Mo Zihu's expression instantly turned ugly. He came here with pride, enjoying the reverent gazes of the crowd. However, Lin Ling had reopened his scars. After he finished speaking, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded once again, Mo Zihu, you are very impressive. You think you control everything, but in fact, you are just a piece of trash who relies on his family clan. Besides, if the Rain clan's patriarch knows of your actions, I wonder what punishment you will receive. After all, the Rain clan is considered a large family clan. How can it produce a sinister and cunning person like you? Upon hearing this, the 4 great kings' hearts trembled once again. They believed that Mo Zihu had come here on behalf of the Rain clan, but Lin Ling's words had said that everything was Mo Zihu's personal wishes. The Rain clan did not know of any of this. You! Mo Zihu's body began to tremble. Today, the scene he imagined did not happen. Instead, Lin Ling's few words had made him lose face. Mo Zihu's embarrassment has turned into anger. In the distance, the crowd's gazes focused. Facing Lin Ling, Mo Zihu could not be arrogant. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Mo Zihu roared, afraid that Lin Ling would say something else. You don't dare to face me alone, so you borrowed the hands of the 4 great ancient nations? Mo Zihu, after losing to me, you seem to be declining more and more. Lin Ling was still not afraid. The 4 great kings took a step forward. Now that the arrow was on the bow, they had no choice but to release it. Destroying the great Qin Empire and killing Lin Ling, this was a fact that could not be changed. Lin Ling, what's the use of saying so much? Winner takes all. Today, all of you will die. I will still say the same thing. Have you ever thought that you would die? The 4 great kings released their powerful auras as if they were invincible war gods that had conquered the north and south. Haha. However, under the pressure of the great army and countless experts, Lin Ling laughed loudly. His laughter was frivolous and carefree, shaking the clouds and causing the entire world to become silent. Not to mention the people from the 4 great ancient nations, even the people from the great Qin dynasty were stunned. Lin Ling, such courage. Facing the pressure of experts, he was still unafraid of death. Just based on this fearless courage, he was much better than the 2 prides of the Rain clan, Mo Zihu. You said before, have I ever thought that I would die? Let me tell you now, no, I have never thought of it. Instead, I want to ask you this question. Have you ever thought that you would die? Chapter 1026. Unsheathing the sword, you asked me what I was thinking before I died. Now, I'll ask you what you were thinking before you died. However, an even more shocking voice floated out. Lin Ling was like an unsheathed sword, causing the 4 kings' eyes to twitch. One had to know that Lin Ling should be panicking in the current situation, but Lin Ling asked them what they were thinking before they died. Could it be that Lin Ling was hiding something? The world suddenly became silent. The experts of the 4 ancient kingdoms were silent with solemn expressions. Lin Ling was like a sword that was about to be unsheathed. It made them feel as if the sky and earth had changed color. Although they did not know what Lin Ling was relying on, based on their understanding of Lin Ling had never dared to play his cards according to common sense. He had never dared to turn the tide and turn defeat into victory unless you could nail him to death in one move. You set up this trap to catch us all in one fell swoop, but did you think I didn't know? Everything was just a plan to beat you at your own game. Under the heavens, only Lin Ling's voice floated out. It was as if today was his stage, his battlefield, and he was all-powerful and dominating everything. Beat them at their own game? As for the experts of the four ancient kingdoms, they were even more silent. The excitement from before had completely disappeared, and the uneasiness in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. This was because the more Lin Ling showed off his ability, the more afraid they were. They couldn't see through Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lin Ling knew they had set up a trap, but he still dared to come. This meant that Lin Ling had absolute confidence. He's only deliberately mystifying to scare you. Don't be scared by him. Kill. Mo Zihu couldn't help but be shocked by Lin Ling's boldness. 3 sentences to intimidate the world. This was something he couldn't do. That's right. The situation has been decided. The Qin dynasty's experts are all here, and Lin Ling only has a few Saint Spirit Realm experts as helpers. There's nothing to worry about. He's just trying to scare us. Unfortunately, we've fought on the battlefield millions of times. How can we be so easily scared? Kill. The 4 kings took a deep breath. They were indeed intimidated by Lin Ling before. To them, this was a great humiliation. Of course, it wasn't because they were cowards, but because Lin Ling was too mysterious. After his rise, his name repeatedly shook the rainforest sacred ground. They couldn't help but be afraid. Intimidating? Kill. Lin Ling laughed coldly, unsheathing the sword in his hand. Haven't you always wanted to see my trump card? Today, I'll let you see a powerful trump card that can kill any Saint Spirit Realm expert. Kill. After he finished speaking, he pointed to the front. Mystic Golden Ox. Yeeting Tengu Formation. 100 Demon Universe Tiger King Formation. At the same time, a terrifying aura appeared in the sky. Illusions of ancient beasts appeared one after another, shaking the heavens and the earth. Among them, there was a giant ox, a roaring tengu, a mighty demon rat, and a heaven's might tiger king. These were the ancient 12 zodiacs. What was surprising was that these 12 zodiacs looked like demonic beasts, but they seemed to be condensed by spiritual energy. What is that? No. No one understood. Everyone's heart trembled. They felt as if they were trapped in the 12 zodiacs. This is his trump card. The 4 kings looked around in shock. One must know that they had been waiting for Lin Ling's final trump card to appear. They wanted to catch him in one fell swoop, but now, Lin Ling finally showed it. However, they didn't know why, but they felt that it was irresistible. Deliberately mystifying, kill. Kill. Dragon King Tian coldly shouted and waved his hand. He didn't believe that the 12 beasts could stop the experts of the 4 ancient countries. Dark gold sky shaking. At this moment, a voice came from behind Lin Ling. It was the heavenly concubine who had been following Lin Ling. A banner appeared in her small hand, and she waved it in a beautiful arc. Roar. At the same time, the indomitable and resplendent giant bull let out a roar. Golden rays of light shot out from its mouth like needles. That aura was incomparably terrifying. Boom. Wherever the needles passed, it was like a forbidden light. Countless experts who rushed towards the dark gold giant ox were pierced through, and then they were destroyed like paper. In one move, 30,000 experts were killed. Moreover, the weakest of these experts were at the Emperor's Spirit Realm, and there were even quite a few Saint Spirit Realm experts. So terrifying, what is that? The faces of the 4 ancient countries' experts stiffened, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. That's a human array. As expected of someone from the Rain clan, Mo Zihu's knowledge was vast, and he immediately made a guess. That was because he vaguely saw someone within the colossal ox of profound gold when it attacked. This meant that the colossal ox of profound gold was a human formation set up by an expert. As for the 12 ancient zodiac beasts, they were all human arrays set up by experts. The Tao of arrays was ancient and mysterious. It was vast and boundless, allowing a martial artist to display 10 times or even 100 times the power. However, the more powerful an array, the more difficult it was to set up. Disregarding everything else, just the array diagrams alone were enough to stump many people. This was because these mysterious things only appeared in ancient times. Those human arrays were probably set up by Emperor Spirit Realm experts. The great Tang King said in fear. At this moment, he no longer had any of his previous arrogance. Kill. I don't believe that a mere 12 arrays can defy the heavens. The immortal Qilin King angrily roared. Lin Ling was too hateful. They had wanted to see how Lin Ling would die, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would be the Oriole behind the mantis, revealing his trump card in the end. 12 strands. At the same time, the heavenly concubine lightly shouted. The silk banners in her hands began to intertwine, releasing a dazzling light. As if an order had been issued, the 12 vicious beasts that occupied the heavens and the earth began to radiate a majestic aura. Like a blazing sun, they began to release powerful attacks. Roar. The dark gold giant ox roared, causing everyone to feel a splitting headache. Roar. The Universe Tiger King array was activated. Heaven and earth turned into a giant black and white circle. A terrifying suction force was produced. Any martial artist that was sucked in would be turned to ashes. All of the human arrays displayed a terrifying might. One had to know that this was an ancient array from a higher-level saint realm. Moreover, the ones who set up the array were the Flame Core. They had grown with Lin Ling's endless cultivation resources, and each one of them was extremely powerful. Even without the array, they could match the power of an ancient country, let alone when the array was fully formed. Massacre. The moment the 12 strands were activated, the Flame Core released a dazzling light. Any Emperor Spirit Realm expert would be strangled to death. Even mid-stage and late-stage Saint Spirit Realm experts would find it difficult to resist. Outside the 12 beasts, the people from the rainforest's holy land widened their eyes. There was no blood falling from the sky, but they could see countless lives being devoured. The strength of the 12 beasts had probably reached the peak of the Saint Spirit Realm. This also meant that 12 peak Saint Spirit Realm beasts were slaughtering. How terrifying! Many people muttered to themselves. When Lin Ling hadn't revealed his trump card, no one knew how terrifying it was. However, after he revealed it, the 4 great ancient countries were still able to sweep through them. Your Majesty, they're too powerful. These beasts don't even come from the rainforest's holy land. A large number of ancient countries' experts were alarmed. They saw the 12 beasts in the sky with their own eyes. As for the 4 great kings, there was no need for them to say anything. They could see it themselves. Peak Saint Spirit Realm Array. Chapter 1027. Controlling the mountains and rivers, kill that girl. At this moment, Dragon King Tian's pupils shrank as he looked at the heavenly concubine. Although this array formation was powerful, it also had a flaw, and that was the eye of the array. As long as the eye of the array was broken, then the array formation would collapse. The remaining people all looked at the heavenly concubine. They no longer had any arrogant aura, but were now like trapped beasts. Protect that girl. The great Qin king was incomparably excited. He had thought that the great Qin dynasty would be destroyed, but in the next moment, Lin Ling had rescued them from the 9 nether hells, and even killed them back. Protect Lin Ling. Everyone from the great Qin dynasty was excited. Lin Ling was their hero. No need. If they dare to come, then kill them. However, Lin Ling coldly shouted, causing everyone's complexions to change. Lin Ling was still hiding a trump card? Since things have gotten to this point, if we don't break the array then we will all die. Kill. The four kings glared at Lin Ling, their vast auras billowing out. They were all at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm, comparable to Elder Xian of the 7 great martial halls. With 4 kings attacking together, they didn't believe that Lin Ling would still be alive. Heavenly Dragon descends. Kirin appears. Monstrous Sparrow King. Ancient Infernal Lion. The 4 kings all had ancient bloodlines. When they erupted with their full strength, they were extremely terrifying. King after king appeared in front of everyone, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. This was the first time that they had seen the emperor of an ancient country attack. Then, many people looked at Lin Ling. Just how would Lin Ling face this? Kill me, then I will destroy your entire country. Lin Ling's pupils were incomparably cold. He was not a fledgling. He knew that in this situation, it was either you die or I die. 49 Flame Array. Lin Ling raised his sword once more, proudly pointing it in front of him. His cold voice came out from his mouth. Whoosh! 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 From the 12 giant beasts, 49 figures shot out. These people were even stronger, they were all at the Middle Saint Spirit realm. Moreover, many people could see that they were all students of the 7 profound martial house. Could it be? Someone suddenly had a terrifying thought. The 12 colossal beasts formation had been set up by countless Emperor Spirit Realm experts, but it had been able to kill late-stage Saint Spirit Realm experts. Now, it was being set up by Saint Spirit Realm experts. How terrifying would their formation be? This was hard to imagine. Moreover, all of them thought that Lin Ling was so arrogant because he had the Grand Qin dynasty's backing. But now, they noticed that he actually had a force of his own, and he even had a huge amount of Saint Spirit Realm experts by his side. The wheel of history was moving forward. Among the myriad kings, a new king would rise. Lin Ling was proving his kingly demeanor. You've already missed the chance to live. You can only use your lives to wash away everything. Lin Ling swung his sword heavily. If it wasn't a situation of life and death, he would naturally choose to let his friends live and let his enemies die. Boom! The 49 Saint Spirit Realm powerhouses arranged themselves in a mysterious array formation, forming a massive flame giant. This giant seemed to be formed from the rocks at the bottom of a volcano. Its flames were yellow, but these flames seemed to come from the depths of hell. It had to be known that in ancient legends, hell had a fire demon. A fire demon was born from flames, and was the most terrifying demon king. And this 49 flame array was created by simulating a fire demon. Bang! The massive flame giant strode through the sky, its billowing fists sweeping out. Suddenly, the world changed color, the clouds were incinerated, and flames swept through every corner of the world. Ah! On the side of the 4 ancient countries, countless powerhouses cried out in pain. This was the first time that they had seen such a terrifying array formation. Perhaps in their hearts, they didn't even know what an array formation was. Still, there was no blood, because everyone had been incinerated into nothingness. There were only endless ghosts floating in the air. The flame giant was even crazier. With a single fist, several thousand Saint Spirit Realm powerhouses were turned to ashes. This was too dreamy. To many people, a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse was like a mountain on the horizon. But now, they had disappeared in front of them like paper. Supernatural strength? The 4 kings' mouths trembled. They had already evaluated Lin Ling and knew that the desolate race would not help Lin Ling. They knew that the 7 profound martial houses Old Xian would not move, and the Rainforest Holy Land did not have any powerhouses to help Lin Ling. But, they had missed a point. They did not know where Lin Ling had obtained methods that surpassed the Rainforest Holy Lands, but he had ruthlessly suppressed them. You are too inexperienced. As they were still in shock, Lin Ling's icy voice sounded out. Indeed, the 4 kings were too inexperienced. They thought that they were very powerful, that they could command the heavens and earth. But, they didn't know that there were always people stronger than them. They didn't know that outside the rainforest Holy Land, there were countless powerhouses. They didn't know that the heavenly meteor era had arrived, and they didn't know about the ancient flame demon. There were far too many things that they didn't know. They didn't know anything, and yet they wanted to kill Lin Ling? That was just courting death. Kill. Lin Ling waved his sword again, his eyes cold and merciless. Countless people looked at him. Today, Lin Ling controlled the world. Boom! The 12 giant beasts and the infernal flame demon from hell pressed forward, surrounding and killing the 4 ancient kingdoms' people. Amazing! The great Qin king said in shock. It turned out that Lin Ling had the power to destroy an ancient kingdom. Previously, he had allied with them to beat them at their own game. The great Tang king and the others were stupid. They didn't have to die, but they had been bewitched by Mo Zilong and wanted to destroy the great Qin dynasty. In the end, they had been completely annihilated. The experts here were the elites of the ancient kingdoms. If they were destroyed, the ancient kingdoms would no longer have the power to intimidate others. That meant that Lin Ling hadn't been fooled, but the 4 kings had been fooled. Lin Ling. The 4 kings' expressions were savage as they watched their experts being killed. Before I die, I want to know what you think. Yes. However, Lin Ling calmly replied. This was the question that the 4 kings had asked Lin Ling before. At that time, they had been mocking him. Now, Lin Ling wanted to see how the 4 kings would answer. But how should they answer? Could they answer? They couldn't answer at all. The sky had become a battlefield of slaughter. Flames, tsunamis, tornadoes, and thunderstorms swept through every corner of the sky, plunging the sky into misery and suffering. Everything was just as Lin Ling had said. If you dare to kill me, I'll destroy your entire country. This was Lin Ling's tyranny. For his family and friends, he had become the most tyrannical ruler, but he had a clear conscience. With a human formation that can kill any Saint Spirit Realm expert and a transcendent flame demon, Lin Ling's power is comparable to the 4 desolate races. Many people sighed in the distance. They could already see the rise of a generation's king, but they still had doubts in their hearts. After all, Lin Ling was just an ordinary youth. Where did he get so many resources to nurture experts? How could they know that Lin Ling had obtained all of Yan's treasures in the old tomb? How could he not have nurtured powerful subordinates? Yan was an expert comparable to the holy king of the Bodhi sacred palace. How could the treasures that caught his eye be ordinary? Lin Ling, we admit defeat in this battle. Stop your slaughter. The 4 kings roared madly as they dodged the flame demon. After all, they were no match for a human formation comparable to a transcendent. Have you ever thought that you would die? However, Lin Ling didn't answer. Instead, he asked calmly. Today is the 3rd update. I have to go out tonight to socialize. In the next few days, I might not be able to update much. I'll start saving up and prepare for the next explosion. After all, I didn't save up during the new year, sacrificing a lot of time to accompany my family and relatives. On the 4th day of the new year, I'll start celebrating the new year. Chapter 1028. Blood Oath Bastard. The Qilin Immortal King roared. Lin Ling was humiliating them. They wanted to get close to Lin Ling, but they were blocked by the fire demon. As long as the fire demon was not extinguished, the 12 giant beasts would wreak havoc. They could only watch as the experts of the ancient countries were annihilated. They had set up a trap with the intention of catching all of them in one fell swoop. However, Lin Ling had a trump card that was beyond their imagination. Once he used his trump card, they were the ones who had wanted to catch all of Lin Ling in one fell swoop. The mistake was that they had underestimated Lin Ling's trump card. That trump card was not something they could shake. Don't kill me, I admit defeat. Dragon King Tian's heart was bleeding. It's too late to admit defeat now. Lin Ling's eyes were still emotionless. How could this life and death battle end just because someone admitted defeat? Sin, sin. Lord Long had been following Dragon King Tian. Seeing his bloodline dying, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Because of you, all of them will be buried with you. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was cold, but his voice made Lord Long's body tremble violently. Because of him? Indeed, a life for a life. If he had surrendered his life, the Heavenly Dragon Empire would have been safe and sound. Unfortunately, he refused and wanted the 4 ancient countries to annihilate the Great Qin dynasty. In the end, countless deaths fell on his body. The ancient countries are finished. As for the crowd in the distance, they could see that the experts of the 4 ancient countries were getting fewer and fewer. Those kings and generals had fallen one after another. Only the 4 great emperors were left. Although the fire demon was terrifying, it would be difficult for him to kill the 4 great emperors in a short period of time. After all, the 4 great emperors were at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm. Lin Ling, the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and you cannot live under the same sky. The enmity of destroying our empire will be repaid for generations to come. Dragon King Tian roared with red eyes. The other 3 kings were the same. If they did not die today, they would definitely kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, if I don't die today, you will die in the future. The Justice Duan family will definitely annihilate you, and your family, your 9 generations will be annihilated. A slave for life. The other kings roared furiously. They could see that it would be very difficult for the fire demon to kill them, and if they escaped, they would definitely hide and regroup. They would use 10 years to build up their forces, and if 10 years weren't enough, they would use 100 years. Finally, the day would come when they would exterminate Lin Ling's 9 generations. Peng peng peng. Heaven and earth suddenly became blood red. Clouds of blood surged, shaking heaven and earth. In the end, they turned into 4 blood-colored pearls that shot towards the 4 great kings. Blood oath. The hearts of some of the elders in the crowd trembled. That was a long-lost blood oath. It was said that those who made the blood oath would greatly increase their strength, but it would consume dozens of years of their lifespan. Once the blood oath was made, the oath had to be fulfilled. Otherwise, after death, they would not enter the cycle of reincarnation and would disappear from this world forever. The 4 great emperors swore a blood oath. They want to escape. Many people had the same thought. The 4 great kings and Lin Ling were absolutely irreconcilable. In the future, they would definitely destroy Lin Ling. If the 4 great kings were to escape, Lin Ling's days would undoubtedly become a nightmare. He would have to constantly be on guard against the 4 great kings who were hiding in the dark. After all, it was easier to block a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. Stop them. The Great Qin Emperor's expression greatly fell. He knew that the 4 great kings had been forced into a dead end, but it would be very difficult for the Great Qin dynasty to stop the 4 great kings. As such, he could only try his best. Even if he had to use all of his strength, he had to stop at least one of them. Of course, he knew that this was just wishful thinking. We can't stop them. Everyone shook their heads. The 4 great kings were all at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm, so even if the Great Qin Emperor and the Flame Demon worked together, they would only be able to stop 2 of them. Moreover, this was only if they were lucky. If they were unlucky, they might not even be able to stop one of them. Let me do it. At that moment, a soft voice sounded out, causing everyone's pupils to narrow. The person who had spoken was Lin Ling. He was going to do it. Lin Ling was the most terrifying genius in the rainforest's holy land, but compared to the ancient kings, he was still a bit lacking. Could he succeed? Lin Ling, this. The Great Qin Emperor couldn't believe it. I returned to the rainforest's holy land and dared to take revenge for Old Man Shao, so I naturally made preparations. In fact, I've been preparing for this day for a long time. Lin Ling calmly nodded, his gaze cold. The 4 great kings had sworn a blood oath to kill Lin Ling and his family, and they would kill him for generations to come. Since that was the case, what was the point of Lin Ling keeping them alive? Originally, Lin Ling didn't want to destroy the ancient kingdoms, but the 4 great ancient kingdoms working together to kill him had infuriated him. Afterwards, the ancient kingdoms' experts had all been wiped out. If the 4 great kings had sworn a blood oath to never offend Lin Ling again, then perhaps apart from the Heavenly Dragon King and the Qilan Immortal King, Lin Ling wouldn't have cared about the other 2. However, they still wanted to die. Then, he would destroy their ancient kingdoms. Do you think you can escape? Lin Ling's voice was low. In his right hand, a lamp of destruction that seemed to come from ancient times appeared. The lamp was mysterious green and had the majesty of an ancient Buddha. Under Lin Ling's gentle blow, it seemed to blow out the origin of fire. Qi. Qi. The green flame was extremely fast, even faster than the flame demon. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the 4 great kings, causing their pupils to narrow. Lamp? What was that? Insignificant tricks. Today, this emperor wants to leave. Can you stop me? Heavenly Dragon King roared, and 9 dragons appeared on his body to protect him, causing his head to become a golden dragon head. He took a big step forward, and the surging emperor's qi in his hand shot out. What was shocking was that his hand also turned into a dragon's claw. Obviously, after swearing the blood oath, his strength had already stepped half a step into the transcendent realm. Heavenly Dragon King, I will help you. The great Tang King also coldly snorted. His body trembled as colorful feather screens appeared behind him. It was as though he was protected by the halo of a king. His hands fluttered like wings as an ancient peacock king appeared behind him. That peacock king let out a sharp cry as countless resplendent feather screens enveloped him and the Heavenly Dragon King. Obviously, he wanted to use his bloodline to block Lin Ling's green flame, while Heavenly Dragon King was responsible for attacking. Perhaps he could kill Lin Ling, and even if he couldn't, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Kings had the pride of a king. They had already lost face by running away today, but if they even failed to escape, how could they still have the face to call themselves kings? Hong long long. The void exploded, and the terrifying shockwaves from the shockwaves killed countless onlookers on the ground. The power was too great. Obviously, this clash had reached the peak of the battle. Retreat. Many people shouted in horror, and they retreated again, hiding in the mountains. At the same time, they looked at the sky in shock. Qi. In the sky, the green flame was sacred and majestic, but it also carried an aura of nirvana. After it collided with the 5-colored feather screen of the Great Tang King, the Great Tang King took a deep breath. His feather screen was on fire, burned by the green flame. How is this possible? Chapter 1029. Vengeance, no. The Great Tang King's voice became softer and softer as he was burned into nothingness under countless gazes. Beside him, Dragon King Tian maintained his dragon claw posture and even had a sneer on his face. He was looking forward to Lin Ling being killed by him in one move, and even if he failed, he would be able to escape unscathed. But now, the sneer on his face had become somewhat eerie. The Great Tang King was dead, and he had died right beside him. This was too terrifying. What kind of fire is this? In the next moment, Dragon King Tian had no time to worry about the Great Tang King, because the flames had already wrapped around him and could not be extinguished. In fact, he even felt like he had given up his butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Not only was the fire sacred and scorching, it had also disintegrated his fighting spirit. Lin Ling. A furious roar came from Dragon King Tian's mouth. In the sky, Dragon King Tian gradually turned into ashes and was burned into nothingness. The whole world fell silent as countless gazes looked at the ashes drifting away with the wind, their hearts trembling fiercely. They thought that Lin Ling's trump card came from the human array, but they did not expect that Lin Ling had an ancient artifact that could instantly kill a half-step transcendent. Lin Ling had too many trump cards, and none of them could be seen through. Kill. As for the immortal Qilin King and Lion Orchid King in the distance, their bodies trembled. They had wanted to watch a good show before, but now, they began to worry about themselves. They even regretted making the blood oath because it would have killed them even faster. Chi. The ancient green flames rolled over, forming a vortex that swept towards the two kings. Its speed was very strange, and although it seemed slow, it appeared in front of them in an instant. This was the ancient Buddhist flame, which not only burned the body, but also the soul. In other words, a part of this fire was actually born in their hearts. The combination of the fire in their hearts and the ancient Buddhist flame allowed the sacred flames to appear in front of them. Stop it! The two kings roared, but they were more sorrowful in their hearts. Were they going to die? In fact, they had already lost the will to resist. The two great kings were all-powerful, and they were the most mysterious kings in the 100 domains. Everyone looked at them with reverence, and if they did not provoke Lin Ling, they could continue to enjoy the feeling of being above others. However, one wrong step would destroy the entire situation, especially the elder, King Lion Orchid. He did not have any grudges with Lin Ling. The reason he attacked Lin Ling was because of benefits. He had originally thought that by killing Lin Ling, not only would the 5 great ancient countries become the 4 great ancient countries, he would also be able to improve his relationship with the desolate race. However, this was only his own wishful thinking. He chose Mo Zihu and didn't choose Lin Ling. This caused everything to turn into ashes. I regret it so much. Lion Orchid King let out the most regretful sound in his life. Chi. However, they were still unable to withstand the burning of the green flames. In merely an instant, the two king tears had fallen again. Heaven and earth became silent. The 4 great kings were annihilated. Everything was just too unreal. What kind of lamp was Lin Ling holding in his hand? How could it be so terrifying? How could they know that even the ancient tombs, Yen, would have to avoid the ancient Buddha's burning lamp? Yen was a genuine transcendent realm expert, while the 4 great kings were only half-step transcendent realm experts. How could they withstand the burning of the green Buddha flames? And this was Lin Ling's confidence. That was because he had a powerful treasure that the rainforest Holy Land did not have. Dead. On the ground, the crowd's face stiffened. The 4 great ancient countries had destroyed Lin Ling and the great Qin dynasty. In the end, not a single person from the great Qin dynasty had died. Lin Ling had resolved everything. In terms of power, Lin Ling had it. He had swept through the 4 great ancient countries. In terms of strength, Lin Ling also had it. He had swept through the 4 great kings. Lin Ling's rise today was comparable to that of the 4 great desolate races. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Finally, they were all dead. The blood oath no longer existed. This allowed him to relax. After all, if the 4 great kings were to leave, there would be endless trouble in the future. No one could guarantee that the Fire Ancient clan would be assassinated one day. Lin Ling would not let such a regrettable thing happen. Therefore, even if it meant the destruction of the world, he would destroy the 4 great ancient countries. However, this was also within his expectations. After all, he knew how powerful the ancient Buddha was. The only thing that surprised him was the power of the human array. This was beyond his imagination. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was normal. After all, the Fire Legion had used up all his treasures. If it was not strong, then it would be unreasonable. It's your turn. Looking around, Lin Ling looked at Lord Long. However, Lord Long's face was extremely pale. He was dead. The 4 great ancient countries' experts were all dead. He was the only one left. Lin Ling was the last to kill him. I'm willing to die. However, you have killed so many people. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Countless thoughts surfaced in Lord Long's mind. Finally, Lord Long said in despair. He knew that he had no way out. At the moment Lin Ling decided to take revenge, no matter how many experts came to stop him, it was useless. Anyone who tried to stop him would be killed. He would kill Lord Long even if he had to go to the ends of the earth. The world is heartless. It treats all living things like dogs. I can't be a saint, but I do things with a clear conscience. Since you killed Old Man Shao, then I will definitely kill you. If 1,000,000 people come to stop me, I will kill 1,000,000 people until the day I get my revenge. Lin Ling replied coldly. He raised the sword in his hand. His words represented his heart of martial arts, and also his principle of being a man. Right and wrong, good and evil, in this heartless world, it was difficult to distinguish. Therefore, all he needed to do was be himself. Lord Long, you're talking nonsense. At that moment, the great Qin Emperor coldly shouted, you said that Lin Ling will suffer retribution, but that's just the weak comforting themselves. If the 4 great ancient countries won today and killed the great Qin dynasty, would you feel guilty? When 2 armies fight, it's either you die or I die. You lost, yet you're saying that the other side is vicious and merciless. You're shameless. Shameless. Everyone from the great Qin dynasty furiously roared. They didn't think that Lin Ling would suffer retribution. After all, even though Lin Ling had killed 1,000,000 people, he had also saved them. Shameless. The people from the Flame Corps also furiously roared. They had killed those people, yet Lord Long blamed Lin Ling evidently. This old man was very sinister and wanted to feel guilty for Lin Ling even before he died. Thank you. Lin Ling faintly smiled. There were many people who supported him, but he knew that they didn't want him to feel guilty. However, what they didn't know was that he didn't feel guilty at all. Lord Long, you said that I would suffer retribution. I'm already waiting for it. So what? You. Lord Long's expression became unsightly. Before he died, he wanted to harm Lin Ling and cause Lin Ling to have an inner demon in his heart. However, Lin Ling was telling him that he wanted to kill even more. With such a firm martial heart, how could he have an inner demon? You can die now. The sword slashed out, and a sword mark appeared on Lord Long's neck. He unwillingly looked at Lin Ling before finally closing his eyes. Today, the people from the 4 great ancient countries had been completely annihilated. Revenge has been taken. Chapter 1030. Killing the Rain Clan, Qin Jingtian, sacrifice these 2 heads to your father. Lin Ling coldly shouted. On the ground, Qin Jingtian took a step forward and looked at the heads of the 2 enemies floating in the sky. His eyes were cold as he kowtowed towards Lin Ling. In the past, Old Man Shao had died protecting Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling had helped him get justice. Father, you're right. Lin Ling is a good person. Being friends with Lin Ling is your lifetime's fortune. Tears flowed out of Qin Jingtian's eyes, and his heart was moved. The enmity of killing his father was irreconcilable, and he had always wanted to take revenge. However, he knew that there was no hope in this life because he didn't have enough strength. Now that Lin Ling had helped him, he would kill anyone who dared to stop him. If the 4 ancient nations dared to stop him, he would destroy their ancient nations. He, Qin Jingtian, would never forget this great kindness. Alright, there's still one more enemy that needs to be dealt with. Lin Ling looked into the distance as his cold voice drifted out. There was still one more enemy? Many people were puzzled. Who was this enemy? However, in the next moment, the crowd's pupils fiercely trembled. They had forgotten that the person behind all of this was the Rain Clan's Mo Zihu. In the previous battle, Mo Zihu, one of the 2 prides of the Rain Clan, had actually escaped. However, they hadn't forgotten. Perhaps they hadn't even thought of taking revenge on Mo Zihu because the Rain Clan was too powerful for them. Lin Ling, Mo Zihu has returned to the Rain Clan. If we want to take revenge, it'll be very difficult. The great Qin Emperor said worriedly. Kill him without hesitation. However, Lin Ling coldly shouted. He had already spared Mo Zihu many times, but Mo Zihu hadn't learned his lesson and had come to seek death. How could Lin Ling let him off? Moreover, even if he spared him this time, Mo Zihu might not appreciate it. Next time, he would still harm him. Those are the 4 desolate clans. The great Qin emperor sucked in a cold breath. Lin Ling was so bold. I want to kill Mo Zihu. If the Rain clan dares to stop me, I will stop them from plunging them into misery and suffering. Lin Ling said softly. Now that his faction and strength had increased greatly, he had strength that could match the desolate race. If he continued to endure, then what was the point of talking about martial arts? Attack the Rain clan. Lin Ling pointed his sword forward, and the Flame Legion immediately shouted, "Kill the Rain clan." Under Lin Ling's lead, the group advanced towards the rainforest. Other than the Flame Corps, there were also people from the Qin dynasty. Lin Ling was their hero, and if Lin Ling wanted to fight, they would follow him. How crazy! On the ground, countless people were mumbling to themselves. They felt that everything was too surreal. At this moment, the battle in the Heavenly Dragon region had ended, but the people in the Rainforest Holy Land didn't know about it. After all, the battle had just ended, so they didn't have time to figure out the details. Above the Rain Sea, a mighty crowd appeared. They boarded the dragon boats and headed straight to the Rainforest Holy Land. Who are these people? Their strength is terrifying. Many people gasped. They saw a large number of Emperor Spirit Realm experts, and there were even countless Saint Spirit Realm experts. With so many experts summoned, the king must be extremely powerful. The dragon boats took 2 hours before they finally arrived at the Rainforest Holy Land. Following that, Lin Ling waved his hand and everyone dispersed, heading towards the Rain clan from every corner. As for Lin Ling, he led An Yuer and company straight towards the Rain clan. That's Lin Ling. Beside the Rain Sea, many people saw the crowd disperse. They stared at the black-robed youth and said. They recognized Lin Ling. Previously, Lin Ling said that he would attack the Rain clan. But soon, someone said in trepidation. The Rain clan was one of the 4 great desolate clans. It was the most ancient clan in the Rainforest Holy Land. Many people did not even know the whereabouts of the ancient clan. This showed how mysterious the Rain clan was. But today, Lin Ling said that he would attack the Rain clan. Not long ago, there was a rumor that although Lin Ling is of the Rain clan's bloodline, he was bullied by the Rain clan and was greatly wronged. But today, Lin Ling is going to kill his way back. He wants to take back his dignity. I heard that Lin Ling's mother is trapped in the Rain clan. Lin Ling probably wants to save his mother. Your information is too outdated. In this war of the ancient countries, I heard that Lin Ling was deceived by someone, and the person behind it was a top genius of the Rain clan. The crowd whispered. There were all sorts of rumors. Many people were curious and followed Lin Ling. Of course, there were some people that asked about the final result of the War of the Ancient Countries. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had arrived at the Rainforest Holy Land much faster than the martial artists from the Sky Dragon region. Because of this, no one knew the truth of the matter. However, they could guess that Lin Ling had won. Otherwise, Lin Ling would never appear here. A massive number of people followed Lin Ling. This also drew out the proud sons of heaven from the martial hall. They were also watching from afar. But as they saw the young man that was like a king descending from the heavens, their eyes flashed. Lin Ling, each time he was fiercer than the last. First in the semi-finals, then at the 7 Profound Martial House he was surrounded and killed by Duan Zunwang. Then there was Lin Ling's revenge, and now he could proudly go to the Rain clan. This young man was only 20 years old, so how could his battle record be so terrifying? Bastard, where did these people come from? You must know that the Rain clan is the most sacred and noble of all. How can we allow some weak ants to come and watch our Rain clan's valley? At this moment, in the Rain clan's valley, the Rain clansmen were fuming with anger. This was because they could see that a massive number of people were approaching the Rain clan. This was the same as removing the mysterious veil covering their Rain clan and turning them into an ordinary clan. This was not something that they could accept. It's Lin Ling. A person ran back from outside the valley. That unfilial son is going to rebel against the heavens. The Rain clansmen were even more furious. Lin Ling was looking down on them more and more. Of course, their bloodline was noble and noble, so they had never placed Lin Ling in their eyes. It was just that they didn't want to admit it. Good, since you dare to come, then today I will strip Lin Ling of his Rain clan status in front of everyone. I will no longer recognize him as my nephew. A blue-clothed middle-aged man coldly shouted. If he didn't recognize Lin Ling as his nephew, then Lin Ling would surely regret it. Mozihu, get out here. However, at this moment, a cold shout shook the world, causing the Rain clansmen to grit their teeth. Lin Ling had come. Let's go, I want to see how this unfilial son will rebel against the heavens. A large number of Rain clansmen rushed out of the valley. Their auras surged and their anger overflowed. Today, they would punish this disgraceful scum of the Rain clan's bloodline in front of everyone. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered outside the Rain clan. They did not dare to get too close, so they watched from afar. This was also the first time they saw the Rain clan's residence. It was indeed extremely ancient, like a paradise. Following that, their gazes landed on a person at the valley's entrance. That person was Lin Ling. They did not know why Lin Ling had come, but they were curious. Where did Lin Ling get the courage to fight against the 4 great desolate clans? Was Lin Ling courting death? Lin Ling, you sure have guts. Under countless gazes, a large number of experts walked out, causing the crowd's pupils to constrict. It was the Rain clan's people. They were very strong, especially the middle-aged man who spoke. They could not see through his strength. You, scram. Chapter 1031. The 4 desolate races gathered. The ancient valley of the Rain clan was filled with mist and light, making it look like an immortal realm. The Rain clan members were like immortals from another world. They wore long robes and looked elegant. However, these mysterious people all had ferocious looks on their faces. Their anger was clearly displayed. Clearly, Lin Ling's words of scram had humiliated their noble bloodline. Most importantly, there were countless people watching. This was even more embarrassing. Lin Ling, do not be rude. If not, I will represent the Rain clan's patriarch and strip you of your status as a Rain clan member. I will no longer be your uncle. One of the middle-aged men roared angrily. He released his surging aura. His strength was at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. In the rainforest's sacred land, he was an existence comparable to a king. From this point, it could be seen why the desolate race was able to reign supreme in the rainforest's sacred land. He is Lin Ling's uncle. Many people's pupils constricted. Lin Ling's background was indeed impressive. His uncle was at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. If Lin Ling could lower his voice and say a few words, it meant that he had a large number of experts backing him. Is the Rain clan very big? That's all there is to it. As for uncle? Sorry, don't randomly claim kinship. I have never treated you as my uncle. However, Lin Ling only chuckled. His disdainful voice floated out. People from the various martial arts halls drew a cold gasp. To have a peak Holy Spirit realm expert as an uncle was something that others would burn incense for several lifetimes. However, Lin Ling actually disdained it. He even said in a high and mighty manner, "Don't randomly claim kinship. I don't recognize you." You. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Ling was disdaining him in front of countless people. Bastard. Everyone from the Rain clan could not bear it any longer. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He only had a bit of strength. Who gave him the guts? Heh heh, it sure is lively. However, Lin Ling, feel free to speak. With us three desolate race here, if you are right, we can uphold justice for you. At this time, a large number of figures mysteriously appeared around the vast valley. No one knew when they had arrived, but all of them had an otherworldly aura, like fairies from another world. Among them, 3 old men smiled at Lin Ling. The strength of the 3 old men was unfathomable. No one dared to look directly at them. They were like ancient saints. Feng Bo of the Wind Clan, Yiming of the Night Clan, and Sparrow God of the Sparrow Clan. The others did not know these people, but the people from the Rain Clan knew them. These people were from the other 3 desolate races. Furthermore, the patriarchs had come. It seemed like the sensational event today had shocked the 4 desolate races. Of course, this was not strange, because the 4 desolate races had formed their own circle. How could they not know that something had happened to the Rain Clan? Little fellow, did that old ghost Rain Master bully you? Don't worry, we will speak up for you. Rain Master Mo Ping is a serious person. As his grandson, you naturally feel a lot of pressure. However, he is only thinking for the Rain Clan. As for you, you have alarmed the world and brought people to the Rain Clan to seek justice. This has caused your grandfather to lose face. Regardless, the 4 desolate races are not the 4 royal races. We do not bully the weak. What injustice do you have? Say it. The 3 old men calmly spoke as they stared at Lin Ling. It was as though they had a good relationship with Rain Master Mo Ping. However, Rain Master Mo Ping was too old-fashioned. Hence, they wanted to remind Rain Master Mo Ping today that he had to treat the juniors more kindly. Lin Ling sure is lucky. He actually got 3 ancient experts to seek justice for him. Many people's hearts were thumping. They could see the situation. As for the people from the Rain Clan, their faces turned ugly. The 3 patriarchs were speaking up for Lin Ling. It seemed like they did not have the qualifications to speak up. Who do you think you are? Are you trying to take advantage of your seniority? If you want to support me, just stand by the side and watch. If you want to watch a good show or show your patriarch demeanor, then sorry, go sleep somewhere else. Just as everyone thought that Lin Ling would be grateful, Lin Ling said lightly. He did not think much of them. What? Outside the valley, there was complete silence. Lin Ling had gone mad. He actually dared to speak to the patriarchs of the 4 desolate races in such a manner. He did not give them any face. Did he think that he was a desolate race patriarch? After the crowd fell silent, shocked voices sounded one after another. Only Lin Ling remained calm. Other than him, Anuera and company smiled faintly. With the arrival of the 3 patriarchs, they believed that they were highly respected, so they supported Lin Ling. Lin Ling had to give them face. However, they did not know that Lin Ling needed them to give him face. Although the trump cards Lin Ling had could not compare to the 4 desolate races, they were not far off. Hence, they had to give him face. And if the 3 patriarchs were sincere in helping Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would give them face. However, it was clear that the 3 patriarchs were not sincere. They only wanted to build him up. At the same time, they wanted to tease Rain Master Mo Ping. And Lin Ling was their chess piece, a chess piece used to teach Rain Master Mo Ping a lesson. Unfortunately, did they have the qualifications to treat Lin Ling as a chess piece? Lin Ling, you are too rude. The patriarchs are trying to help you, but you do not show any respect. This is not good. Listen to me. Apologize. The patriarchs will not blame you on account of your youthful frivolity. At this moment, a clear voice floated out, causing countless gazes to look over. They saw a white-clothed youth with a handsome and feminine face looking over. Tang Yicheng, one of the Rain Clan supernovas. He was also one of the most dazzling existences among the 4 desolate races. How handsome! Many of the elites in the martial hall were shocked. This was the first time they were seeing a genius from the Rain Clan. And with just a glance, they felt a sense of inferiority. Tang Yicheng was a genius among geniuses. They could not compare to him. Brother Yicheng, Lin Ling's visit to the Rain clan today is a matter between him and the Rain clan. It is inappropriate for outsiders like us to interfere, so how can you blame Lin Ling? Another voice sounded. It was a purple-clothed girl. She was like a lotus in the snow. She had an agile and otherworldly aura. Coupled with her devastatingly beautiful face, it made the hearts of many youths in the martial hall thump violently. What a beautiful girl. And she was Yu, Tang Yicheng. After Yu said that, she took a step forward and came beside Lin Ling. At the same time, she looked at Inuera and company and smiled happily. Clearly, she did not expect that Inuera and company would come. She knows Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, many people began to feel jealous. There were a few beautiful girls standing beside Lin Ling. All of them had different temperaments that made them captivate the birds and beasts. It made people envious. And the last girl from the desolate race made countless people envious. After all, anyone could tell that the girl was supporting Lin Ling. She did not even hesitate to oppose the desolate race. Sister Yu. Tang Yicheng's expression was extremely ugly. After all, in the sparrow race, he would often find opportunities to approach Yu, hoping to gain her favor. However, he never expected that the girl would not reject him. She would reply politely every time, but whenever he wanted to have a deep conversation, the girl would reject him coldly. As for Tang Yicheng, he believed that sincerity could move metal and stone. As long as he put in some effort, he would eventually be able to win the girl's heart. However, he now realized that it was just wishful thinking. It was impossible for him to succeed. With Lin Ling around, he would never be able to win the girl's heart. Chapter 1032. Meet the strong and become strong. A grown girl can't be kept at home. The sparrow race's patriarch, sparrow deity, sighed and shook his head. Obviously, he also knew about the matter between Yu and Lin Ling. Brother Lin Ling, in order to help you, Yu has provoked the displeasure of the sparrow race's elders. If you really like Yu, you should leave her and not drag her down. Tang Yicheng also sighed and spoke again. He seemed to have a good relationship with Lin Ling, and his words were all for Lin Ling. You get lost too. However, how could Lin Ling not know what kind of person he was? He was just a sinister, smiling tiger. You. Tang Yicheng was so angry that he couldn't speak. He wanted to portray a perfect image in front of the elders, so he pretended to be sincere and tried to persuade Lin Ling. However, who knew that Lin Ling wouldn't even try to reason with him, and would directly and overbearingly say, "Get lost." He could even see that not only did Lin Ling not give him any face, but he also didn't give any face to the three great patriarchs. The younger generation these days is indeed frivolous and ignorant. Forget it, old friend, let's slowly watch the show. Some young people are too arrogant and don't know how to respect the older generation. Only when they suffer will they regret it. Fine, let's see how he clears up this mess. Let him face Rain Master Mo Ping himself. The three great patriarchs faintly smiled and didn't become angry. Obviously, with their seniority, it wasn't good for them to be angry at Lin Ling. But they said to let Lin Ling deal with it himself. Then, Lin Ling would have to face the Rain clan himself. My purpose in coming to the Rain clan is very simple, and that is to kill Mo Zihu. So, hand over Mo Zihu and I will leave immediately. Lin Ling didn't care about what the others were thinking. His style of doing things his own way caused many proud sons of heaven in the martial arts hall to secretly admire him. This was a true martial artist of their generation. No wonder those young girls liked Lin Ling, because Lin Ling had a charm that no one his age had. You want to kill Mo Zihu? You are too bold. At this moment, the clouds in the valley parted, and an old man with an ashen face slowly walked out with a young man. Patriarch. Everyone from the Rain clan saluted. The elder was dressed in a standard long robe. His long hair was tied to the back of his head. His eyes were like lightning and his back was straight. He had an indescribable dignity that made people feel reverence just by looking at him. And among the 4 desolate races, Rain Master Mo Ping was indeed the most dignified, but he was also the most old-fashioned. Everyone was shocked, but Lin Ling's expression was calm. His voice floated out, Rain Master Mo Ping. Unfilial son, you don't call the clan leader grandfather. When you see him, do you know how to show respect? The young man behind Rain Master Mo Ping was Mo Zihu. He had never imagined that Lin Ling would come to kill him. Now, he wanted to frame Lin Ling with a crime. He wanted to turn Lin Ling into a demon-like existence with no respect for his elders and no distinction between good and evil. Unfortunately, although his idea was good and useful to others, it was useless against Lin Ling. For Lin Ling to dare come, he naturally had absolute confidence. One had to know that in this world, the strong were respected, while the weak had to bow respectfully to them. However, when the strong faced the strong, why would they need to give face? Hence, Lin Ling did not treat Rain Master as a strong person, but as a warrior of the same generation. If that was the case, why would he need to bow respectfully? The way of respect? Respect is for those who must be respected. I can respect old man Shao of the great Qin dynasty because he treats me like a son. I can respect the old man who has no martial arts because he is indeed my senior. However, I will not respect those who look down on me or wrongly accuse me. I, Lin Ling, am a man of integrity. If others respect me, I will return them 10 feet. I will repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. This is my principle as a man. Lin Ling said. Lin Ling took a step forward and coldly shouted, his voice imposing. Those words caused many of the Qin dynasty's people behind him to feel excited. Yes, this was Lin Ling. It had to be known that although Qin Shao had died, he was not a match for Lin Ling based on his current strength and influence. However, Lin Ling still respected him, sought justice for his death, and even knelt down to worship him. However, he did not bow or kneel to Rain Master Mo Ping, who was even stronger. This was not lowering his head for power, but for the principles in his heart. He didn't treat me as his grandson, so why should I treat him as my grandfather? Also, people of the Rain clan, don't try to claim kinship with me. Have you ever asked me if I want to be your relative? I don't care. Lin Ling said coldly again. So arrogant. Many people felt deep admiration. After all, if it were them, they would definitely hug the thick thighs of the Rain clan and not be as arrogant as Lin Ling. Then why did you kill Mo Zihu? Rain Master Mo Ping said with an indifferent expression. He was not surprised by his grandson's character. In fact, he liked him from the bottom of his heart. Unfortunately, his grandson's brilliance was too great. It embarrassed him, so he could not put down his pride to speak to his grandson. He wants to kill me. Lin Ling only said one sentence. You previously said that you are not from the Rain clan. If you are not, then what right do you have to take his life if he wants to kill you? In the Rain clan, Lin Ling's uncle shouted coldly. If Lin Ling was from the Rain clan, then Mo Zihu would be handed over according to the clan's rules. However, Lin Ling had said that he was not from the Rain clan, so how could the Rain clan allow him to kill Mo Zihu? After all, the 4 desolate races had the pride of the desolate race. Even if their bloodline had made a mistake, they would not easily hand it over. At most, they would give some other compensation. As for Rain Master, he fell silent, silently agreeing with the middle-aged man's words. Countless people looked at Lin Ling. What right did Lin Ling have? Heh, it's good for a young man to have drive, but unfortunately, he is too proud. The 3 desolate races patriarch sneered. Lin Ling did not have anything to rely on, so he was nothing. And if he wanted to kill Mo Zihu, then he had to take out something that allowed him to resist the Rain clan. You don't dare to speak? Sure, today, on account of all the important figures here, you can scram. From today onwards, disappear from the rainforest's sacred land. Seeing Lin Ling fall silent, Rain Master Mo Ping finally said lightly. Although he was liking this stubborn grandson of his from the bottom of his heart, today's matter concerned the Rain clan's reputation, so he could not give in. What if I can? Lin Ling said with an indifferent expression. Then Mo Zihu will be handed over to you. My Rain clan is the fairest. Those who harm others must pay with their lives. Rain Master Mo Ping gave a disdainful smile, treating Lin Ling's words as a joke. Sure, if I can't, I will never appear in the rainforest's sacred land again. But if I can, not only will I hand over Mo Zihu, I will also hand over my mother. Rain Master Mo Ping, do you dare? Lin Ling took a step forward as his eyes revealed a resolute look. This was the first time. This was the first time he was resisting Rain Master Mo Ping. One had to know that back when he was living in the Rain clan, he was resisting, not resisting. How dare you? Is this how you speak to the patriarch? The Rain clan's people were enraged. Lin Ling seemed to think of himself as the desolate race's patriarch. He was too arrogant. Do you dare? However, Lin Ling did not even bother speaking to them. He still took a step forward and looked at Rain Master Mo Ping. Lin Ling. Chapter 1033. To hand it over or not, in the rainforest sacred land, other than the three of us, this little guy is the only one who dares to force Rain Master Mo Ping. Humph. The other three clan leaders gasped. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Sparrow God, if I can make Mo Zihu hand it over today, do you dare to make a bet with me? Humph. Lin Ling looked at one of the three clan leaders. The Sparrow God's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling wanted to make a bet with him? You don't dare? Humph. While he was still in shock, Lin Ling coldly shouted. Huh, little guy, you really know how to take advantage of the situation. You want to use the fact that everyone is here to provoke us, the experts of the older generation. However, I can tell you that the glory before your eyes will only last for a short time. The pain after your arrogance will accompany you for the rest of your life. Why wouldn't I dare? As long as Mo Zihu is handed over, I can agree to any of your conditions. The Sparrow God's elder laughed. How could he be afraid of a junior who had just come out? The Sparrow God has also agreed. Rain Master Mo Ping, do you dare? Humph. Lin Ling looked at Rain Master Mo Ping. In the end, Rain Master Mo Ping nodded. Lin Ling had forced him to nod. Fine, let me see what you have. Humph. The Rain Master Mo Ping's cold voice drifted out from his mouth. His eyes were filled with anger. Just as the old man from the Sparrow God had said, the glory in front of him was short-lived, and Lin Ling had offended an ancient powerhouse for this brief moment of glory. Then, in his next life, Lin Ling would be accompanied by a lifetime of pain. This grandson of his was very sad. Based on us. Humph. At this moment, a large number of voices came from behind Lin Ling. The people of the Qin dynasty slowly walked out. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Based on the Flame Legion. Humph. Another majestic voice came out. The clouds in the sky churned. The Flame Legion had arrived. So many people. When did Lin Ling develop such a terrifying force? The desolate race members' pupils constricted. They were certain that these were Lin Ling's loyalists. After all, in the present situation, as long as Lin Ling lost, there would be no hope of redemption. And those who followed him knew this, but they still dared to fight alongside Lin Ling. This meant that these people had given their hearts and bodies to Lin Ling. As for the people from the four desolate races, it was not difficult to get them to summon experts to help them, but to win their hearts, that was very difficult. Impressive. Lin Ling, I have to admit that I have underestimated you. However, the Great Qin dynasty is only one of the 5 great ancient countries. Together with your useless army, you only have a few Saint Spirit Realm experts. With that, do you think you can shake the 4 desolate races? Rain Master Mo Ping roared with laughter. His laughter had a deep meaning, as if he was laughing at himself for misjudging Lin Ling. He never expected Lin Ling to be more terrifying than he imagined, but he also seemed to be laughing at Lin Ling's frivolity, which led to his eventual demise. Sorry, the rainforest sacred land no longer has the 5 great ancient countries. There is only one great ancient country. Lin Ling shook his head and said, causing Rain Master Mo Ping's pupils to constrict. At this moment, someone in the crowd finally exclaimed, the outcome of the Tianlong region battle has been determined. The 4 great ancient countries have been destroyed. The 4 great kings have fallen, and the entire army has been wiped out. What? Everyone drew a cold gasp. Although some of them had guessed that Lin Ling had won the battle with the 5 great ancient countries, they never expected that Lin Ling would wipe out the 4 great ancient countries in one fell swoop, completely wiping them out. Flame Legion, I promised you in the past to let you roam the rainforest sacred land. Today, against the 4 great desolate races, this promise has been fulfilled. Come out and let them see if you are a useless army. Ignoring the surprised voices around him, Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The members of the Flame Corps soared up into the sky like locusts, and they left mysterious trajectories that formed terrifying storms of spiritual energy in the sky. In just an instant, 12 invincible figures at the Holy Spirit realm had appeared, and they shook the heavens and the earth. Roar! As for the Saint Spirit Masters, they laid down an ancient flame demon array, turning the skies into the most ferocious sea of fire. The 12 ancient beasts and the flame demons roared. These terrifying human arrays floated above Lin Ling's head. Lin Ling's long hair wildly danced in the wind, his black robes flapping in the wind. His sword pointed forwards, completely revealing himself in the rainforest sacred land. What are those? Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. Among them were the 7 martial hall masters, especially the martial house master of the 7 profound martial house and the martial house master of the 7 profound martial house, Skylin. Their complexions were extremely ugly. The former was filled with fear. In the past, when he had given in to Lin Ling, that had been the best choice. Otherwise, if those terrifying ancient beasts had swept through the martial hall, all of them would have died. As for martial house master Skylin, his heart was heavy. Lin Ling already had the ability to not fear him, especially that terrifying flame demon. It gave him a feeling that it would be difficult to resist. It had to be known that in the rainforest sacred land, the number of opponents he feared could be counted on one hand. And now, that flame demon was one of them. It should be at the transcendent realm. The transcendent realm had the strength to reach the other shore. In the rainforest sacred land, they were the peak kings. Hand it over. At this moment, outside the mountain valley, there was complete silence. The only sound that could be heard was Lin Ling's voice. Countless people looked at Lin Ling. They saw that beside Lin Ling were hundreds of thousands of people from the great Qin dynasty, and in the sky were the 12 ancient beasts and the terrifying flame demon. In terms of numbers, Lin Ling was not inferior to any of the other forces. In terms of strength, Lin Ling had a transcendent realm existence. He was already comparable to the 4 great desolate races. Was this the army that everyone thought was trash? If you don't hand it over, then we will fight to the death. Perhaps I will die, but the Rain clan will definitely suffer. I would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Lin Ling's firm voice floated out. The army was pressing down, forcing the Rain clan to hand over their people. This bastard. The 3 desolate race patriarchs' complexions changed. A moment ago, they had taken advantage of their seniority, but now they discovered that Lin Ling really did have the right to not give them any face. You have proven yourself. Rain Master Mo Ping looked deeply at the sky, and finally, his gaze fell on Lin Ling. His heart was as shocked as thunder. In the past, Lin Ling had said in front of him that Yu was his person, but he had objected. Lin Ling had proudly left, and at the same time, said that he would prove himself in half a year. But now, half a year was not enough, and Lin Ling had proven himself. With his own strength, he had nurtured an existence that was not weaker than the 4 great desolate races, and from then on, a 5th great force had appeared in the rainforest sacred land, the Flame Core. And when all of this appeared before his eyes, it was undoubtedly a heavy slap to his face. His grandson, who had not been nurtured by the Rain Clan, had surpassed everyone in the Rain Clan. This slap was very loud and very painful. Boom! In the sky, as if to prove the pride of the Flame Core, the 12 ancient beasts exploded with a terrifying aura. Flames, tsunamis, tornadoes, and thunderstorms swept through the sky, shocking everyone. If you don't hand it over, then all of you will be plunged into misery and suffering. In the distance, at the 7 profound martial house, everyone from the Fire Ancient clan was looking at the sky. The appearance of the 12 ancient beasts caused their hearts to be filled with excitement. When Lin Ling had returned, he had said that he would make the entire rainforest sacred land go wild. And now, the rainforest sacred land had indeed gone wild. Chapter 1034. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The 5th great power. Just by relying on that fire demon, you already have a power that is not weaker than our clan leader. Hand him over. Hand him over. Rain Master Mo Ping sighed lightly, and finally nodded. If he didn't hand him over, then Lin Ling would fight with his Rain Clan. At that time, Lin Ling might die, but the Rain Clan would also die, and he would be the only one left. He didn't want to see this kind of scene where both sides suffered losses. Moreover, subconsciously, he didn't want his grandson to die, because his grandson was really too terrifying. If such a genius fell, then even if he could pass this trial, he wouldn't have the face to face his ancestors. Hand him over. Hand him over. The Rain Clan's people also said with pale faces. They no longer had their previous arrogance. Among them, the middle-aged man sighed and said, Lin Ling, in the end, we are relatives, and I am your uncle. Although Zihu is young and has done some wrong, I hope you will spare his life for the sake of your relatives. Hand him over. He was begging for mercy, and he was begging in a low voice. That's right, nephew, how can there be overnight enmity between family members? The others also laughed and said. However, when Lin Ling was weak, they didn't treat Lin Ling as a relative. But when Lin Ling had everything, they treated Lin Ling as a relative. This kind of opportunistic attitude was very disgusting. Don't randomly claim to be relatives. Hand him over. Lin Ling said indifferently, and his words were filled with ridicule. When they wronged him in the past, these relatives all said one after another, but now they were all flattering him. Ugly, incomparably ugly. His words made the Rain Clan's people laugh awkwardly, but this time, they didn't dare to have any objections. Facing the powerful Lin Ling, they could only speak in a low voice. Today is the Rain Clan's dirty linen. You don't need to do anything, I will. Hand him over. Rain Master Mo Ping said coldly, knowing that Mo Zihu would undoubtedly die. After all, this world was actually very cruel. If he didn't sacrifice Mo Zihu, then he would have to sacrifice the Rain Clan. Moreover, this world was also very realistic. If Lin Ling didn't have enough qualifications today, then Lin Ling would be consigned to eternal damnation. But if Lin Ling had the qualifications, then he would have to yield. In this world where strength reigned supreme, strength ultimately represented everything. Grandpa, no. Mo Zihu let out a terrified cry. He was incomparably regretful. He thought that Lin Ling was not a direct descendant of the Rain Clan, and that even if he provoked him, it would only be so. But who would have thought that even his grandfather would be afraid of Lin Ling? Provoking Lin Ling was simply courting death. Soon after, he suddenly thought of something. He looked towards Lin Ling and continuously kowtowed. Rain Master Mo Ping's palm also stopped. He knew that Mo Zihu's life and death all depended on Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling, spare my life. I was wrong. I won't dare to provoke you again. I should be convinced that I lost to you. I was wrong. Please spare my life on account of the fact that we are relatives. Many people shook their heads when they saw Mo Zihu kowtowing and begging for mercy. They roughly understood the situation, but if they were in Mo Zihu's shoes, they wouldn't be so soft-hearted as to spare Mo Zihu. Because there were some things that couldn't be wrong. Mo Zihu, when you brought the 4 ancient countries to kill me, you were extremely arrogant. But now, you are in such dire straits. Have you ever thought that today would come? Lin Ling's expression was calm as he spoke. His words caused Mo Zihu to feel even more regret as he continued kowtowing. You are very foolish. When I exterminated the 4 ancient countries, you shouldn't have hidden in the Rain clan. Instead, you should have knelt down in front of the Rain clan, begging for forgiveness and waiting for my arrival. Maybe I would have spared your life on account of your sincerity. However, you still held on to your luck. You didn't know that Rain Master Mo Ping was the most ruthless and cold person. For the sake of the Rain clan, he didn't dare to face me head-on and could only sacrifice you. Lin Ling's voice drifted out again, causing Mo Zihu's heart to tremble. That's right, his grandfather had always said that everything was for the benefit of the Rain clan. Then, he would definitely be sacrificed. Kill. The cold voice was like the judgment of a death god drifting out, causing Rain Master Mo Ping to look at Lin Ling for the last time before slapping out with his palm. Tang Yicheng, you harmed me. Die. At the moment of his death, Mo Zihu glared at a person in the distance. If not for Tang Yicheng, how could he be so impulsive? Moreover, at this moment, he discovered that he had been used as a gun by Tang Yicheng. Pung. The palm that carried a vigorous power slapped out, causing Mo Zihu to die unwillingly, turning into dust. Zihu, why bother? Sigh. Among the Rain clan's crowd, Mo Zilong sighed lightly. Jealousy had killed Mo Zihu. After all, Mo Zihu and Lin Ling didn't have much enmity. That resentment actually came from the fact that Mo Zihu had lost to Lin Ling. Soon after, he looked at Lin Ling who was standing there indifferently. The 2 prides of the Rain clan? There's no need for them to exist. It's better to call them the Rain clan supernova. I don't even have the face to stand side by side with him. In the past, the Rain clan's most dazzling people were the 2 prides of the Rain clan. But now, he had taken a step back, allowing Lin Ling to become the number 1 genius of the Rain clan. Furthermore, he was convinced. After all, nurturing an existence that could match the desolate race was not something anyone could do. Lin Ling, the Rain clan is very fair. You have proven yourself today, so your mother can come out. Rain Master Mo Ping said lightly, making Lin Ling nod. He was somewhat excited. In fact, he could forcefully bring his mother out, but that would be disrespecting his mother. After all, the Rain Master was his mother's father. Hence, with the Rain Master admitting it himself, his mother would be able to come out with a clear conscience. I did it. At this moment, Lin Ling clenched his right hand into a fist as he looked into the sky. Vaguely, he could see his father smiling at him, feeling proud of him. Lin Ling, you did it. Yu and Yuer and the others also walked over, holding Lin Ling's hand. They were very excited. They knew that Lin Ling had put in a lot of blood and sweat for this day. Others only saw Lin Ling's glory, but did not see Lin Ling's many life and death situations. Hence, Lin Ling's glory today was well deserved. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He had completed 2 of his goals. Then, he looked at the 3 clan leaders. Senior Sparrow God, does the promise from before still count? It seems that I have no possibility of refusing, unless I want the Sparrow clan to fight with your army. The old man from the Sparrow race stared deeply at Lin Ling before finally sighing. He had noticed that the 12 ancient beasts could sweep away all Saint Spirit Realm masters while the fire demon was no weaker than a transcendent. Although this force wasn't as strong as the Sparrow race, it was still strong enough to shake the sparrow race, so he also approved of Lin Ling. "Grandpa, you're raising others' morale and lowering your own," Tang Yicheng shouted anxiously from the side. All his calculations had failed, and Lin Ling was becoming more and more dazzling. This made him very uncomfortable. "Shut up." However, the Sparrow clan elder shouted coldly, causing Tang Yicheng's face to turn pale. This was the first time his grandfather had shouted at him, and it was for Lin Ling. Was Lin Ling really that terrifying in his grandfather's heart? It seems that the Rainforest Holy Land has changed. The fifth force has appeared. The crowd muttered to themselves. From the attitude of the four desolate clan leaders, it could be seen that they acknowledged Lin Ling's position. In the history of the Rainforest Holy Land, Lin Ling was the first person to be acknowledged by the ancient desolate clan, making the four clan leaders treat him as an equal. This was all too surreal. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Chapter 1035. Tang Yicheng, what promise do you have? The old man smiled. His tone was no longer arrogant, as if he was talking to a friend. He had clearly acknowledged Lin Ling's identity. The other patriarchs also looked at Lin Ling and smiled. This scene made the Rain Master Mo Ping feel very uncomfortable. Lin Ling was his grandson, but now he was on the same level as him. Lin Ling's proof was too terrifying. 2 conditions. First, Yu and I will marry. She is my woman. Lin Ling looked at the girl next to him gently and said proudly. When he left the Rain clan, he had said that he would marry Yu in front of the world because it was his respect for Yu. Lin Ling. Yu's eyes were moist. She remembered the innocent young man in the ancient Yen sect. At that time, he held her hand and said that he would take her to the ends of the earth. Now, he was a man of his words. If the Rain clan opposed, he would force them to not dare to speak. If the Sparrow clan opposed, he would use his power to make them agree. Lin Ling had the power, the treasures, and the strength. In the current Rainforest Holy Land, who among the younger generation could compete with him? Perfect, the most perfect genius. Therefore, Lin Ling was absolutely qualified to propose marriage. Yes. Yes. The old man from the Sparrow tribe smiled faintly. He wasn't as stubborn as the Rain Master Mo Ping. He was very satisfied with Lin Ling's potential. He was definitely qualified to be paired with the most perfect princess of the Sparrow tribe. Indeed, he is qualified. Many people looked at Lin Ling and Yu. The man was handsome like a dragon among men, and the woman was devastatingly beautiful. They were indeed a match made in heaven. Thank you, senior. Lin Ling also smiled. He felt that Yu's patriarch was easy to get along with. You still call me senior? You can also call me grandpa. Lin Ling was stunned after hearing this. He helplessly smiled and found that this senior was even more anxious than him. It was as if he was afraid that this grandson-in-law would run away. Not too far away, Rain Master Mo Ping felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. There was jealousy, unwillingness, and all sorts of emotions that made him sigh. He seemed to have personally pushed away the most perfect genius from him. There's one more thing. I'm a person who draws a clear line between gratitude and grudges. If there's enmity, there's revenge. If there's a favor, there's a favor to be repaid. I heard Mo Zihu say that he was provoked by someone, and before he died, he said, Tang Yicheng. So, I want Grandpa to hand over the killer. Lin Ling said again. Lin Ling, don't slander me. Tang Yicheng frowned. Then, he quickly looked at the peacock deity. Grandpa, you know your grandson's temperament. The thing I hate the most is provoking others. Moreover, I've only met Lin Ling once. How could I harm him? Many people from the Sparrow tribe nodded. Tang Yicheng had given them a good impression. He was knowledgeable and approachable. How could he harm Lin Ling? Lin Ling, there's a misunderstanding. Yicheng isn't the kind of person you think he is. Yes, perhaps Mo Zihu wanted to harm Tang Yicheng before he died. Many people from the Sparrow tribe spoke, but they didn't dare to be too arrogant because they were still very wary of Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned. Based on his intuition, he trusted Mo Zihu. Mo Zihu was bold but not astute. He shouldn't have thought of using the 4 ancient nations to kill him. As for Tang Yicheng, although Lin Ling didn't have much contact with him, he didn't have a good impression of him. Lin Ling, this must be a misunderstanding. However, you're already engaged to Yu. You're also my family. I hope you won't fall into someone else's trap and affect our relationship. Tang Yicheng walked over to Lin Ling and extended his hand. His attitude was sincere. Many people nodded. Tang Yicheng didn't look like someone who wanted to harm Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. He also extended his hand, but at this moment, he heard a faint laughter in his ears. Mo Zihu, that trash, actually didn't kill you. What a disappointment. However, Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, the enmity between us isn't over yet. It was Tang Yicheng's voice. At this moment, he still had a smile on his face, but his words were threatening Lin Ling. How sinister. The people in the surroundings couldn't hear the voice. On the contrary, they were all praising Tang Yicheng's magnanimity. After all, Lin Ling had wanted to kill him earlier, but he didn't care about the past. Instead, he shook hands with Lin Ling. This wasn't something that anyone could do. In the depths of Lin Ling's eyes, a cold light flickered. This person was too despicable. Mo Zihu was indeed instigated by him. The most despicable thing was that this person wanted to harm him in the dark, but on the surface, he called him brother. You and I don't seem to have any enmity between us, right? Lin Ling indifferently asked. Yes, you stole my light, you stole my woman. Tang Yicheng's voice drifted into Lin Ling's ears, causing Lin Ling's heart to turn cold. He had stolen Tang Yicheng's limelight, hence, Tang Yicheng wanted to kill him. This hatred was too sudden. Could it be that Tang Yicheng thought that the entire world revolved around him? That everything belonged to him? Yu, I like her very much. One day, I will snatch her back. Furthermore, I will let you watch me and Yu consummate our marriage with your own eyes. Tang Yicheng's expression was still amiable. However, after that voice, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The flames in his hand erupted, burning Tang Yicheng's palm. He could endure anything, but Yu, he couldn't. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Inexplicably burned by the flames, Tang Yicheng let out an angry roar. He seemed to be puzzled by Lin Ling's actions. The crowd gasped. One should know that Tang Yicheng didn't care about Lin Ling's previous grievances. Instead, he shook hands and made peace. However, Lin Ling wanted to kill him. Lin Ling, you are too overbearing. I sincerely want to be friends with you. Tang Yicheng held his hand that was wrapped in flames and kept retreating. His expression was bitter and hateful. He seemed to be very disappointed. Lin Ling, you don't give me any face. The old man from the bird deity frowned. He was obviously surprised by Lin Ling's actions. However, they didn't know that Tang Yicheng had said to Lin Ling before. This Tang Yicheng was indeed very sinister. On the surface, he treated Lin Ling with sincerity, but in the dark, he was plotting against Lin Ling. Grandpa, Lin Ling was just being impulsive. Don't blame him. After Tang Yicheng extinguished the flames on his hand, he looked at the old man from the bird deity. He was pleading for Lin Ling. As a result, everyone felt that Tang Yicheng was magnanimous. Tang Yicheng is indeed a supernova of the bird race. He has such a good temperament. He is full of righteousness and doesn't bother about trifles. The crowd began to discuss, making Tang Yicheng secretly delighted. Following that, he looked forward to hearing the voices of the crowd denouncing Lin Ling. However, after waiting for a moment, those voices of anticipation didn't appear. Tang Yicheng looked at the crowd and saw them looking at Lin Ling with complicated expressions. However, no one blamed Lin Ling. Even his grandfather was only unhappy, but he didn't say a word. This unforeseen event made Tang Yicheng's heart palpitate. Why wasn't anyone criticizing Lin Ling? Yes, it was strength. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Lin Ling had the strength to match the 4 desolate races. Therefore, even if he made a mistake, no one dared to casually criticize him. After all, Lin Ling was the 5th king of the rainforest sacred land. Bastard. Chapter 1036. The strong arrives. You said I wanted to kill you? At this moment, Lin Ling said lightly, causing Tang Yicheng to frown. However, he quickly smiled and nodded. Lin Ling, you misunderstand me too deeply. Previously, everyone saw you sneak attack me. You really wanted to kill me. If I wanted to kill you, why would I need to sneak attack you? But in the next moment, Lin Ling's disdainful voice floated out, causing Tang Yicheng's pupils to constrict. He could not say a word. As for the crowd, their faces froze. They previously thought that Lin Ling was too petty to sneak attack Tang Yicheng. But now, their thoughts were shaken. After all, Lin Ling was the leader of the 5th largest faction in the rainforest sacred land. If he wanted to kill Tang Yicheng, why would he need to sneak attack him? Furthermore, Lin Ling's style of doing things was open and aboveboard. Not only did he not fear the 4 ancient countries, he even dared to clash with the 4 desolate races. Hence, he needed to sneak attack Tang Yicheng. It seems like there's a secret behind this. Especially some of the older warriors. They were not novices, so they had their guesses. Tang Yicheng might not be as amiable as he appeared on the surface. After all, under the heavens, there were many people who hid daggers behind their smiles. Lin Ling looked at Tang Yicheng with cold eyes. This person had schemed against him, so he would definitely avenge him. It sure is lively. It seems like this old man has come at the right time. At this moment, in the sky, an old voice suddenly rang out. Following that, under countless gazes, the clouds in the sky parted as several figures slowly walked down. These people were dressed differently. They were topless and had mysterious runes on their bodies. Their skin was slightly dark, giving them a wild feeling. One of them was a youth about 16 years old. He tossed a copper coin in his hand as he looked down indifferently. These are the puny 6 sacred regions? His voice was frivolous and carried a condescending arrogance, causing the entire land to fall silent. Who were these people? Could they be people from the legendary Bodhi Sacred Palace? Late-stage Sacred Spirit Realm. Everyone was puzzled. Only Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This youth was only a few years younger than him, but he had already reached the terrifying late-stage Sacred Spirit Realm. These people were definitely not from Bodhi's Sacred Palace. Other than that arrogant and frivolous young man, the young man behind him was also very strong. He had reached the middle stage of the Holy Spirit Realm at the age of 16. This was the first time someone had reached the middle stage of the Holy Spirit Realm in the Rainforest Holy Land. He was a true genius. A master from the outside domain? A terrifying thought arose in Lin Ling's mind. The 6 holy realms had finally encountered a powerful enemy. Young master, this place is the 6 sacred regions. Behind the youth, several elders stood indifferently. One of the elders smiled. He was leaning on a walking stick, and there was a shocking scar on his face. When the scar was cut off, his left eye was blind, leaving him with only one remaining eye. His aura was also strange and cold, causing people to feel a sense of fear. However, many people were unable to see through his cultivation. Only the 4 patriarchs and a few others were able to vaguely see through him, and Lin Ling was one of them. This old man was a transcendent realm. As far as Lin Ling knew, in the Rainforest Holy Land, besides Bodhi Holy Palace, there were no more than 20 masters who had reached the transcendent realm, but now, one had appeared so casually. It seemed that the masters from the outer lands were far more powerful. Who are you? Staring at the newcomers, Feng Bo from the Wind Clan asked faintly. We're here to collect an old debt. High up in the sky, 7 voices rang out in unison. Collect an old debt? Who do you want to collect an old debt from? Among the Night Clan, a member frowned and asked. The origins and intentions of these people were too strange. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to ask us? However, just as his words fell, the old man in the sky struck out with his walking stick. No one could see what kind of attack it was, but in the next moment, the Night Clan member let out a pained cry as saliva, tears, and snot flowed out from his eyes. His body seemed to inflate and finally exploded. Pung! Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, shocking everyone present. All they could see was a black insect crawling on the ground. Was that insect the one who killed the Night Clan member? Moreover, the other party's attack had been completely undetectable. How terrifying! Many people took a step back and their faces became serious. Lin Ling, who are these people? They're so strong. Yu Yu frowned slightly. She was from the Sparrow clan and had seen all kinds of strong cultivators, but she had never seen such a terrifying attack. They're from the outer region. They use profound martial arts to make their attacks pass through the void and appear directly in the body of the enemy. They left a venomous insect in the body. When the venomous insect took effect, the enemy died. That person's strength is probably enough to defeat any Holy Spirit Realm cultivator. Sigh. In the Rainforest Holy Land, he currently had the strongest force and strength, but compared to the outer region, he was still much weaker. He didn't know how his brother Lin Ling was doing in other places, but he hoped that he was doing well. You're too overbearing. You killed my clan member without saying anything. I'd like to see what your purpose is. Sigh. The Night Clan's patriarch, Yi Ming, naturally couldn't ignore the death of the Night Clan's members. His body strangely disappeared, and in mid-air, a giant palm slammed out. It was incomparably powerful. Yi Ming, after so many years, your strength hasn't improved at all. You're still a second-order transcendent. Boom. However, the one-eyed old man in the sky smiled faintly and thrust out his walking stick. Hong long long. The two forces collided and the void exploded. Astral winds swept out like the wind of annihilation. 2 great profound worlds appeared in the sky, the sun, the moon, and the stars. The night was as dark as the sea. Ah! Boom! On the ground, a large number of people died because of the aftermath. A clash between transcendents was like a battle between heavenly kings. The power of this clash wasn't something they could resist. However, what surprised everyone was that the Night Clan's patriarch of the 4 great desolate clans was unable to gain an advantage. One had to know that in the Rainforest Holy Land, the patriarchs of the 4 great clans were equivalent to the 4 heavenly kings. Besides the Bodhi Sacred Palace, who could stop them? But now, they were evenly matched. This one-eyed old man's strength was too terrifying. Yi Ming, let me help you. Foam. He stretched out his hand and punched out, call the wind. Wind. A wind that seemed to come from the border of the 3 realms appeared and swept everything away. This wind was called the Glass Sky Wind. It was said that this wind was no ordinary wind, but a wind that could melt one's body and soul. Feng Bo, I haven't seen you for many years. You still like to bully others with numbers. Trash. Behind the one-eyed old man, an old man with long hair walked out. With a shake of his body, a large number of eyes appeared on his body. These eyes shot out light that condensed on his palm, causing it to release an aura of annihilation. He then slapped out fiercely. Hong long long. The 2 great profound worlds collided again. The sky changed color, but Feng Bo's attack was blocked again. Bastard, do you think our Rainforest Holy Land has no one? Feng. Rain Master Mo Ping took a step forward. He could tell that the other party wasn't from the Rainforest Holy Land, so he also took action. After he stepped out, the peacock god also took a step forward and the peacock bright monarch appeared. Hong Long Long. Chapter 1037. Bodhi's 7 stars, amazing. Seeing the earth-shattering battle in the sky, many people had forgotten how to breathe. Maybe this was the strongest battle they had ever seen in their lives. However, what surprised him was that the ancient patriarch of the desolate race was unable to stop the enemy. This was too dreamy. The battle in the sky did not last long. Soon, the clouds dissipated and 7 figures appeared before everyone's eyes, like Fey kings descending. The elders looked down at the ants beneath their feet with disdain, for desolate races? 4 great wastes. These voices were condescending and looked down on all living beings, causing the 4 desolate races to clench their fists. In the past, they were a proud race, and also the strongest race in the rainforest's holy land. When had they ever been humiliated like this? Furthermore, the other party was too overbearing. After arriving, they humiliated them without distinguishing between right and wrong. What was the purpose of these elders? Unfortunately, although they were angry in their hearts, in the face of a transcendent realm master, they could only rely on the 4 patriarchs. Who are you? Rain Master Mo Ping stood proudly and said indifferently. The other party was very strong, and they could not gain any advantage unless they had a few more transcendents on their side to help. I've said it before, debt collectors. The one-eyed elder's single eye looked even more ferocious. Then, seeing everyone's puzzlement, he said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, 4 patriarchs, noble people often forget things. Have you forgotten the Bodhi's 7 stars that you killed 100 years ago in the Bodhi ancient tree? What, the Bodhi's 7 stars? The 4 desolate race patriarchs' faces changed drastically as they seemed to recall. 100 years ago, on one of the branches of the Bodhi ancient tree, monster insects ran amok, devouring thousands of lives. Later, the 4 desolate race patriarchs joined forces to eradicate the monster insects that devoured human lives. However, an accident happened during the eradication, causing the 7 monster insects to be greatly injured, but they managed to escape. And now, those 7 people? Were they the Bodhi's 7 stars of the past? The so-called Bodhi's 7 stars were the 7 monster insects. They were the snake, scorpion, centipede, gecko, toad, lizard, and spider. These monster insects grew from the Bodhi ancient tree and had the power to devour heaven and earth. And now, it was obvious that these 7 monster insects had taken human form. Today, they had come in such a domineering manner. Their purpose was extremely obvious. They had come for revenge. You remember now, right? Hee, you didn't think that we would meet again. The one-eyed old man snorted coldly as he gazed at the astonished patriarchs, and his voice was filled with dense ridicule. Demonic insect? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The demonic insect had transformed into a human. Today, it was likely that it had come for revenge. Today, I'm here to wipe out the 4 desolate races and take revenge for what happened back then. If God blocks me, I'll kill God. If Buddha blocks me, I'll kill Buddha. Under countless shocked gazes, the 7 old men finally erupted with surging demonic chi, as if the demon kings had descended. It looks like today's battle for the survival of the desolate race is inevitable. Although there is a great enemy pressuring us, we will bite off a piece of your flesh to destroy our 4 desolate races, even if we have to break our teeth. We martial artists never shrink from a fight. The other party had come prepared, and this battle was unavoidable. Hence, the 4 patriarchs took a step forward and shouted coldly. Although they were also transcendents, the other party's cultivation realm was the same. Furthermore, the other party had the advantage in numbers, so the outcome of this battle could be easily guessed. However, the arrow had already been knocked and had to be released. They had no way out, and could only fight with their backs against the wall. Are these still the sacred 4 desolate races of the past? Many people sighed in their hearts. The changes in the rainforest sacred land were too great. Previously, the rise of the supernova Lin Ling had alarmed the sacred land. However, before the news could be completely digested, an unknown expert had arrived and tyrannically declared that he would wipe out the 4 desolate races. And now, the sacred and ancient 4 desolate races were like ants. All of this was too surreal, and it was hard for people to accept. The heavenly meteor era is about to arrive. Lin Ling's pupils turned solemn as he looked at the sky. He knew that not only the rainforest sacred land, even the 6 sacred lands were about to undergo a change. Fortunately, I have greatly increased the strength of my family and friends. Otherwise, the great calamity would be even more difficult, and I'm afraid that there would be more casualties. Lin Ling muttered to himself again. He quietly held Yu and the others' hands. Their hands were tightly clasped together. Die. At the same time, in the sky, an evil aura rolled out. One of the old men spat out a poisonous mist at the people on the ground. Immediately, a large number of Night Clan members died. Among them, the Saint Spirit Realm experts were like ants. It was like a dream. You still have a chance to live. First, submit and become slaves for eternity. Second, show me the strength of the geniuses of the rainforest sacred land. We can send 3 people, but you can send 20. If you win, today's matter will be over. This game is pretty good, right? At this moment, the long-haired youth who had been silent all this time smiled. He tossed a copper coin in his hand as he looked at the crowd with a hint of mockery. Young master. The 7 stars Bodhi narrowed his eyes and said in surprise. Young master, are you going to intervene in this matter? Could it be that you want me to be bored and watch you play? The youth indifferently said. The 7 stars Bodhi hurriedly bowed respectfully and no longer dared to speak. It was obvious that the youth's identity was extremely terrifying. Even the 7 stars Bodhi had to give face to him. Do you dare to play? The youth opened his mouth again. The crowd below was silent. The youth's strength had reached the late stage of the Saint Spirit Realm. Who would dare to play with him? Moreover, if they lost in this game, they would probably lose their lives. I hate it when people are silent because they are looking down on me. So, if you don't play, all of you will become slaves. If you refuse, the rainforest sacred land will reshuffle. The youth's eyes gradually turned cold and he stopped tossing the copper coin in his hand. His words were filled with killing intent. It was as if human life was nothing more than a blade of grass or a leaf to him. He could destroy it if he wanted to. Alright, if that's the case, I, Mo Zilong, will play with you. In the silence, a voice finally sounded. It was the Rain Clan's Mo Zilong. At this moment, his eyes were filled with determination. Clearly, he had no other choice. If he did not fight, the youth would probably slaughter the 4 desolate clans and even make everyone his slaves. Hence, as long as there was a chance, he would fight for it. The second dream, fight. The second dream, a genius from the Night Clan, also walked out. The youth's eyes were filled with smiles. The 6 sacred lands are a bunch of trash, but they have quite a number of beauties. Alright, you can live on and be my slave. We'll talk about it after you win. The second dream replied indifferently. She took a step forward and walked side by side with Mo Zilong. This made many people sigh. These geniuses were fearless and unafraid of death. They were the pride of the rainforest sacred land. Go for it. Many people cheered. Those girls over there want to fight. As for the youth, his eyes wandered and landed on Yu and the rest. He smiled faintly and said, if you lose, be my slave and I'll dote on you. Previously, when the Bodhi 7 stars were fighting the 4 patriarchs, his gaze had been fixed on Yu and the rest. The more he looked, the more he liked them. Hence, he came up with the idea of having geniuses fight. He wanted to let those girls know how strong he was and be his slave. The few of you, come out. Someone immediately walked out from behind the youth. With a wave of his hand, a huge spiritual energy hand grabbed at Yu and the rest. He wanted to bring them out in a domineering manner. Scram! Chapter 1038. Buddhist Saint Heaven splitting a rapang. Pung! 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 The sword slashed, sending sparks flying. It was as if a saw had slashed the gigantic spirit chi hand. Then, under countless gazes, the gigantic spirit chi hand was split into two. You broke my god-slaying hand? The person who attacked narrowed his eyes. One had to know that his god-slaying hand was imbued with wood profundity. It was continuous and could slash unceasingly. However, his opponent had slashed it in half with a single slash. Many people looked at the person who attacked and realized that it was Lin Ling who had been silent all this time. I'm so excited. After the arrival of these mysterious experts, our rainforest sacred land has been suppressed. Even the four patriarchs were unable to gain any advantage. However, Lin Ling has finally won and brought glory to our rainforest sacred land. Many people were excited. Even the Rain Master Mo Ping smiled faintly. At this moment, he realized that his grandson was very cute. Hee, this is interesting. It seems that the rainforest sacred land is not full of trash. As for the youth, he revealed a curious look. He could see that the slash was imbued with the second-level righteous profundity. It had the power to slay all evil. You come out too. Let me torture you to death. Then, the youth revealed a bloodthirsty smile. He still treated the battle as a game. Lin Ling. Many people frowned. Although Lin Ling was not considered a member of the Rain clan, he seemed to have been targeted. His outcome would probably be the same as Mo Zilong and the rest. Although the game is fun, it depends on whether you can afford to play. Pung. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Previously, when the youth wanted to attack the four desolate clans, he did not have any impulse. However, the youth ended up attacking Yu and the rest. How could Lin Ling tolerate that? Furthermore, the other party was arrogant and overbearing. He wanted to see how great the geniuses from other regions were. You, come out too. Pung. Lin Ling took a step forward. His cold voice floated out, causing the crowd's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling was asking the youth to come out. The young man frowned. He was clearly very surprised. After all, he was at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, while Lin Ling was only at the intermediate stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Yet, Lin Ling had asked him to come out. Fine, you don't have to die, but you have to be a slave for 9 lifetimes. The young man licked his lips. Although he was angry, he was more interested in bloodthirsty mockery. Lin Ling, I'll accompany you. Yu and the others also took a step forward and caught up to Lin Ling. Now, there were 7 geniuses from the Rainforest Holy Land. Tang Yicheng, you go out as well. The sparrow god of the sparrow tribe looked at Tang Yicheng and said plainly. Now that the other party was humiliating them, the sparrow tribe could not afford to lose face. Hence, the strongest supernova, Tang Yicheng, had to fight as well. Tang Yicheng hesitated. After all, everyone knew that this was a battle to the death. Moreover, they had no chance of winning. However, with so many eyes watching, he had to maintain a righteous appearance. Therefore, he braced himself and stepped into the battle. Me too. Following that, a large number of top geniuses from the Night Clan, Sparrow Clan and Rain Clan also stepped forward. There were a total of 20 of them. These 20 geniuses are so powerful. The crowd was excited. This battle not only represented the survival of the 4 desolate tribes, it also represented the honor of the Rainforest Holy Land. All the best. Many people began to shout loudly, their blood boiling. Youths should be like this. They should face the waves with pride. They should be hot-blooded and not afraid of strong enemies. Only by facing difficulties could they open up a wider world. The game is very simple. If you win, the 4 desolate tribes will live. We will leave this place and never enter again. And if you lose, you will all become slaves. Now, all of you will enter the ancient array. The last person to come out wins. Looking at the 20 people, the young man smiled and said, "Right, I forgot to say my name. All of you are Xing Chen. If you lose, you will all become slaves." Many people's expressions turned serious. This looked like a game, but it was crueler than a game. As for the 4 patriarchs, they had ugly expressions. They could choose to refuse to continue playing, but the outcome would be a life and death battle with their opponents. Eventually, the 4 desolate tribes would be wiped out. Hence, they did not seem to have a choice. Wait, aren't we fighting each other? Why did we enter the array? And the array was set up by you. Do you think this is fair? At this moment, Tang Yicheng frowned and said. He made Du Xingchen toss the copper coin in his hand. You have a problem with that? His eyes looked over calmly, making Tang Yicheng's heart tremble. He did not dare to speak for a moment. Fair? I am the rule. This is fair. Du Xingchen retracted his gaze and said. How domineering. Many people secretly clenched their fists. The young man was indeed treating them as a game. Du Xingchen tossed the copper coin again and said arrogantly, This array is very simple. It is called the Provenance Heaven-Splitting Array. It is the most common array used by the geniuses where we come from. Within the array, you can attack at will and eliminate others. And the last person to come out is the winner. I believe that you bunch of ants do not know what an array is, so I can't be bothered to explain it. Du Xingchen took a large step forward and came into the middle of the crowd. His right hand quickly tapped his glabella. After about 8 taps, a blood droplet floated out. Use your soul blood to set up the array. The moment his voice faded, 2 people immediately came to his side. They tapped their glabella with their right hand as well, causing a blood droplet to float out. The 3 blood droplets fused together, causing the area around them to turn strange. It was as if they were isolated from the outside world. It's your turn. Following that, Du Xingchen looked at Mo Zilong and company. It made their expressions change. They had to hand over their soul blood to set up an array? Bastard, we are here to spar with you, not to be toyed with in the palm of your hand. One of the desolate race geniuses said indignantly. Du Xingchen was too domineering. He was toying with them like they were ants. I've said it before. You have no choice. If you refuse, then the 7 Bodhi stars will have a life and death battle with the 4 desolate race. Du Xingchen said with a sneer. It made Mo Zilong grit his teeth as he tapped his glabella. After about 8 taps, soul blood floated out. The others did the same. They represented the 4 desolate race, and even represented the sacred land of the rainforest. Hence, they could not embarrass themselves. Even if Du Xingchen's request was excessive, they had to agree with it through gritted teeth. This array is powerful. Lin Ling frowned as he tapped out his soul blood. He could sense that although the array was set up by Du Xingchen, he was too proud. Hence, he would not use any unorthodox means to harm them. Rumble. Everyone gave out their soul blood as the Provenance Heaven-Splitting Array took shape. The entire region turned into a world of blood. The blood sea roared in the sky, while the blood sea churned on the ground. It was as if it had formed a world of its own. And outside, a person was curious, so he took a step forward. However, in an instant, his body trembled as his blood was sucked dry, disappearing into the blood sea. How terrifying. Ordinary people should not approach that array. The crowd drew a cold gasp. If that was the case, only the few people in the array would be safe. However, things were not as they imagined. At this moment, in the blood sea, everyone's bodies were trembling. It was as if their souls and blood were about to rush out of their bodies, becoming a part of the blood sea. Chapter 1039. To acknowledge a thief as one's father, in our world, geniuses must possess willpower, battle intent, the heart of martial arts, and strength that surpasses those of the same age. Therefore, this formation is used to test these things. Today, we only sent 3 people, but you have 20 people. Moreover, we are younger than you. If you lose to us, then you will lose face. What use are you if you don't become slaves? Dou Xingqian's long hair fluttered, and his slightly childish face carried an incomparable domineering aura. It was clear that the array formation was a competition of who could last the longest. This was a competition of will, strength, talent, and the heart of martial arts. Good luck. The outsiders cheered for Mo Zilong and the others. Don't lose. The hearts of the 4 great clan leaders were also agitated. Life and death depended on this moment. Time quietly passed. Within the Provenance Saint Heaven-splitting formation, the sea of blood roared even more violently. No. On the Rainforest Holy Land side, a genius spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his entire body was sucked dry, turning into a human skin that fell to the ground. He had died, and his blood had been sucked dry. Everyone's body began to tremble. This clash of geniuses was too terrifying. The remaining geniuses had solemn looks on their faces as they fought back with their powerful strength. Wait, I can't take it anymore. I admit defeat. Another genius cried out in alarm, making many people shake their heads. The formation was continuously exerting pressure on heaven and earth, and it was indeed difficult to resist. Trash. Dou Xingqian, on the other hand, appeared extremely relaxed as he spoke with disdain. You can't even last an incense stick's worth of time. You're worse than trash. A young man walked out from behind him. His hand turned into a blade and slashed out fiercely. That genius's eyes narrowed. When he wanted to fight back, he found that his opponent was too strong. In the end, his body was split into 2, and his blood was sucked into the blood sea. According to our customs, if you want to leave this formation, you have to hold on for at least the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn. Otherwise, even if you admit defeat, you will die. After all, we have wasted our time sparring with you. How can we admit defeat just because we are afraid? The youth who had attacked slowly walked back. Too domineering. Many people stared fixedly at Dou Xingqian and the other 2. In that case, even if Mo Zilong's side wanted to admit defeat, they would have to hold on for the time of 3 incense sticks. No. Another genius was crushed to death. Then, a large number of geniuses reached their limits and their bodies exploded, being absorbed by the blood sea. Those who remained were the true top geniuses of the Rainforest Holy Land. Many people sighed in their hearts. Those geniuses were the top geniuses of the 4 desolate races. They were even more powerful than the elites of the martial arts hall. Usually, they were all powerful and famous, but today, against the mysterious geniuses from other domains, they were like trash. They could not even last for 15 minutes. Can you stop it? At this moment, Lin Ling frowned. He felt as if an endless mountain was pressing down on his body, and blood was about to burst out of his body. Luckily, his foundation was solid, and this sort of effect wasn't too great. Of course. Yu and the others gritted their teeth. And Yuer's body flashed with red lightning, blocking the suction force of the formation. Lin Ling nodded. Yu and the others were very strong, so he was not very worried. On the contrary, it was Mo Zilong and the others who were worried. Lin Ling, I will hold on for 3 incense sticks worth of time. Mo Zilong sensed Lin Ling's gaze and gritted his teeth as he nodded. A world of rain appeared around him, blocking the formation's power, but it was barely enough. Lin Ling nodded again and looked at a black-dressed girl not far away. She was only at the early stages of the sacred spirit realm, but she gritted her teeth and held on. This changed Lin Ling's impression of the girl. And that girl was the second dream. The second dream might have great ambitions, but when the Rainforest Holy Land encountered a calamity, She stepped forward without hesitation. Her temperament was better than many people's. Perhaps the second dream also knew that an array competition was also a competition of the Rainforest Holy Land's pride. As geniuses of the Rainforest Holy Land, they could fight amongst themselves, but they could not be looked down upon or humiliated by external enemies. I admit defeat. I beg you, let me leave this place. At this moment, a pleading voice sounded. It was Tang Yicheng. And since the 15 incense sticks worth of time was not up, he would be killed if he admitted defeat. Another piece of trash. Are all the 6 sacred domains producing pieces of trash? Someone from Do Xingchen's side laughed disdainfully. It made Tang Yicheng's face turn even paler. If you want to live, fine. Be our slave. Do Xingchen still had a relaxed expression as he played with the copper coins in his hand. I agree to be your slave. Surprisingly, Tang Yicheng did not hesitate. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed. This unforeseen turn of events made everyone's pupils constrict. Tang Yicheng was too embarrassing. Yicheng, you still have the blood of our sparrow race in your body. Vermilion God felt that he had lost all his face. Previously, the desolate race geniuses would never kneel down and beg for mercy even if they were to die. However, Tang Yicheng, who they believed to be the most benevolent and righteous, was begging for mercy without any dignity. All of this was too surreal. This disgraceful fellow. I'm certain that he was the one who was trying to harm Lin Ling. We have all been fooled. Many people's expressions turned cold. Previously, Tang Yicheng had disregarded their past grudges and shook hands with Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had attacked Tang Yicheng. Back then, everyone blamed Lin Ling for being too petty, but from the looks of it, Tang Yicheng was only putting on an act. After all, how benevolent could a person who was willing to kneel down and beg for mercy be? Heh heh, your family clan's elders are scolding you, but you are indeed a disgrace. The array formation could not prevent the voices from coming from outside, so Do Xingchen smiled faintly. He seemed to enjoy the situation where he was in control of everything. Kneel down and call me grandpa, and you can live. What? Vermilion God's pupils constricted. His grandson wanted to kneel down and call Do Xingchen grandpa. How dare you? Vermilion God roared. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yicheng, who was in the array formation, knelt down with a plop and kept shouting to Do Xingchen, Grandpa. Although it was very humiliating, for Tang Yicheng, his life was obviously more important. Moreover, things had already turned out this way. Since he was going to become a slave, he might as well do it thoroughly. Dang dang dang. Vermilion God took 3 steps back. His face was extremely pale. He had embarrassed the entire Vermilion bird tribe. The funny thing was that before, he was still complaining that Lin Ling had not given him face and had attacked Tang Yicheng. However, now he knew that Lin Ling should have attacked him. His grandson had concealed too much. He was not a benevolent person at all. On the contrary, he was a sinister junior. In order to survive, he had acknowledged the enemy as his father. Shut up, you bunch of old fogies. I've had enough of you old fogies acting all high and mighty. My life is in my control, not yours. At that moment, Tang Yicheng stood up and looked coldly at the crowd outside the array formation. His words made those people grit their teeth. Tang Yicheng was indeed despicable. Chapter 1040. Proud of you, worse than a dog or a pig. Many people shook their heads coldly. Tang Yicheng was worse than a dog or a pig. After all, the sparrow race had nurtured him, and everything he had was given to him by the sparrow race. However, the sparrow race was not willing to clash head-on with Lin Ling for him, yet he blamed the sparrow race. Such a person was heartless and only thought of himself. Even a dog or a pig was better than him. Following that, many people looked at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was frivolous and overbearing, he was magnanimous. He was much better than Tang Yicheng. Since you are our slave, you can leave the array formation. However, Do Xingchen laughed. To him, this was too interesting. It was extremely rare for a grandson to defy his grandfather and call him grandfather. With that said, Tang Yicheng left the array formation. And the path he took to leave was the blood-colored bead in midair. Moments later, Tang Yicheng appeared in front of everyone. However, he quickly shot towards the Bodhi 7 stars. Clearly, he knew that he had angered everyone, so he immediately found a backer. Unfilial son, unfilial son. Everyone from the sparrow race gritted their teeth. After all, the Bodhi 7 stars wanted to wipe out the 4 desolate races. However, Tang Yicheng had acknowledged the traitor as his father. Furthermore, he had done it in front of everyone. In this world, strength represents everything. This is what Lin Ling taught me previously. And now, I have the strength to control everything. Tang Yicheng smiled faintly. Although he was a slave, he now had a stronger backer. Hence, he was somewhat happy and even proud. He knew that the sparrow race wanted to kill him, but they could not. Heh heh, you sure are cunning. The Bodhi 7 stars sneered. Although they despised Tang Yicheng, they were still protecting him. After all, using him to anger the 4 desolate races was not a bad idea. Many people retracted their gazes and no longer looked at Tang Yicheng. Instead, they looked at the array formation and saw that there were fewer and fewer people in the array formation. 3 incense sticks time is up. Someone shouted. This meant that even if the rainforest sacred land's genius admitted defeat, they would not need to die. The second dream, you won't be able to hold on for long. Leave this place. Lin Ling looked at the second dream. If it was any other time, he wouldn't have cared about the fate of the second dream, but now, his view of the second dream had changed. I know, but I want to surpass myself. The second dream gritted her teeth and spoke in a resolute voice. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The second dream was much better than Tang Yicheng. Puff. In the end, the second dream failed. Blood spewed from the corner of her mouth and her face was pale. It was a sad yet beautiful sight. At the same time, Lin Ling subconsciously took a step forward and came behind the second dream. With a gentle slap, the second dream was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. The second dream's eyes narrowed. She had risked her life to hold on for 3 incense sticks time. She did not embarrass the rainforest sacred land. But when she was exhausted, Lin Ling sneaked an attack on her. Lin Ling had always hated her. Even if she tried to make it up to him secretly, it was useless. Perhaps, this is my fate. The second dream closed her eyes. Sorrow and a deep sense of loss rose in her heart. One had to know that she used to be a genius. But Lin Ling had ruined everything for her, including her cultivation. She had to cultivate again. Otherwise, she might not have reached the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm. But now, Lin Ling still wanted to destroy her. However, just as she was thinking about this, her body suddenly relaxed, and the mysterious pressure disappeared. When she opened her eyes, she immediately discovered that she was already outside the formation. He's sending me out. The second dream's heart pounded violently. She had wronged Lin Ling before, but Lin Ling didn't blame her anymore. She couldn't help but feel an indescribable joy in her heart. Even when she had suddenly improved her cultivation, that joy wasn't as strong as it was now. The second dream, you were already exhausted. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, you might not have been able to walk out of the array. Yiming from the Night Clan hurriedly supported the second dream. Although the second dream had failed, it was a glorious defeat. At least she had fought with her life to protect the dignity of the rainforest sacred land. Thank you. The second dream looked at the handsome young man in the array. Hongyan's mouth opened slightly. Mo Zilong, go out. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what was going on outside. He looked at Mo Zilong and said indifferently. The latter had also reached his limit. Mo Zilong smiled bitterly. He wanted to represent the rainforest sacred land to defeat the geniuses from other regions, but he had failed. He had indeed reached his limit. I won't be unreasonable. Lin Ling, I'll leave the rest to you. You must win. Mo Zilong began to bleed from the corner of his mouth, but in the end, he strode towards the blood-red pearl and disappeared into the array. In this way, only Lin Ling, Yu, and the others were left in the array. Do your best. You're the only ones left in the rainforest sacred land. Looking at the determined figures, the crowd's hearts surged. At the moment when the enemy was suppressing them, all the geniuses were suppressed and humiliated. Only Lin Ling raised the flag and supported the entire rainforest sacred land. Do your best, Ling. Rain Master Mo Ping also looked at Lin Ling excitedly. For the first time, the two words, Ling, came out of his mouth. For the first time, he regarded Lin Ling as his grandson. Moreover, he was the grandson he was most proud of. All of this was too surreal. One had to know that when Lin Ling arrived at the Rain Clan, Rain Master Mo Ping was arrogant and serious. He didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes at all. He didn't even care about his name. However, his grandson had extraordinary perseverance. Even though he was looked down upon by the whole world, he still gritted his teeth and stubbornly moved forward. In the end, the entire Rain Clan accepted him wholeheartedly. He let Rain Master Mo Ping know that he was wrong. Sorry, Lin Ling. We were wrong. On the Rain Clan's side, everyone clenched their fists tightly. Their fists were trembling. The geniuses of the 4 desolate clans had all failed. Only the youth, who they did not treat as a relative, was supporting them and fighting for them. Do your best. Everyone from the Rain Clan cheered loudly. There were even some people whose eyes were moist. Ling, mother is proud of you. Behind all the Rain Clan's clansmen, Mo Nianchen had also left the Ice Valley. She came to the Rain Clan's valley and witnessed everything with her own eyes. She was more excited than anyone else. In the past, her family looked down on her son, but today, her family was proud of her son. This honor made even her feel extremely proud. Lin Ling, do your best. Do your best. Other than the Rain Clan's people, the others were also excited. At this moment, the youth's figure had left a heavy shadow in their hearts. At this moment, the pressure from the blood sea in the array was increasing. However, Lin Ling's eyes were resolute. Endless fighting spirit spewed out. The 100,000 small worlds in his body burned at the same time, blocking the blood sea's pressure. This child is so powerful. Over at Du Xingchen's side, the 3 of them frowned. Now that the pressure from the blood sea was increasing, it was difficult for them to withstand it. However, their opponent was just a puny junior from the 6 sacred regions. Yet, he was able to withstand everything. Young master, I'll go test his strength. Yes. Chapter 1041. 100 flowers bloom rumble. Countless black balls appeared. They were the most mysterious dark energy. Then, they shot towards Lin Ling like a swarm of locusts. Despicable. Many people outside shouted coldly. Lin Ling was resisting the pressure of the array, but that person was attacking Lin Ling, making it difficult for Lin Ling to resist. However, they had always thought that Lin Ling's strength came from his own power. They weren't familiar with Lin Ling's strength. One had to know that that person was only in the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. He wasn't qualified to challenge Lin Ling. Peacock protection. At this moment, colorful lights appeared. Yu Yu's body emitted a holy aura, making her seem like the most beautiful peacock goddess. Those lights surrounded Lin Ling, blocking everything. Extreme realm. And Yuer's eyes were full of killing intent. At this moment, she seemed to have turned into an ice fairy. If someone wanted to make a move on Lin Ling, that would be touching her reverse scale. The red lightning shot out, making the young man's pupils dilate. The girls around Lin Ling were very powerful. What made him angry was that they were all helping Lin Ling. This made him jealous. Bang! 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 The red lightning collided with the mysterious black balls. Spirit chi intertwined. At the same time, the colorful peacock light shrouded the area. What was extremely mysterious was that after the light shrouded the area, the red lightning suddenly split into 2, then 4, and became even larger. A rain of lightning appeared. What kind of light is that? How can it increase the attack power of others? The young man's heart trembled violently. Du Xingchen's eyes also lit up. He looked at Yu Yu with excitement. That girl's innate talent seemed to be able to increase the attack power and defense power of others. It would be great if he could get her. Pisces under the heavens. Just at this moment, another shout rang out. The ancient black and white fish appeared, forming a Tai Chi vortex. Those black balls seemed to be unable to control themselves as they rolled towards the Tai Chi vortex. What was strange was that after the dark profound was absorbed, a white ball of light appeared. Then, it swept towards the young man who had made the move. The Tai Chi whirlpool seemed to be able to turn the opponent's attack into its own. Snake transformation. At the same time, an ancient demonic chi bloomed. The seal gate appeared, and a huge white snake slithered out. It was like a snake or a dragon, majestically swimming in the air towards the young man. All of the heaven's favored daughters took action, and the strength they displayed shocked the world, blooming like 100 flowers. So, the real geniuses of the rainforest Holy Land. The crowd became excited. All the girls around Lin Ling were extremely powerful, which made them both surprised and envious. Because all these beautiful and powerful girls only had Lin Ling in their hearts. No. Yu Yu and the other heavenly beauties joined forces. They could even kill a late Holy Spirit realm expert, let alone a middle Holy Spirit realm expert. Therefore, the young man who attacked Lin Ling let out a terrified cry before he was drowned by a huge amount of spiritual chi and disappeared. We won. Many people waved their fists in the air. Ever since the experts from other regions had arrived, the Rainforest Holy Land had never won, even after sending out the 4 clan leaders. However, Lin Ling had killed one of them and won a match, raising their morale. Now, with the help of the geniuses, they had regained some ground. We won. Yu Yu and the other heavenly beauties looked at each other. They were extremely excited. The feeling of fighting side by side was great. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled faintly as a sense of honor rose in his heart. This was because they were the last line of defense that blocked the first wave of attacks from the Heavenly Fall era. You're ugly. If they hadn't helped you, you would have been dead. What else can you do besides relying on women? Another young man in the middle Holy Spirit realm behind Do Xingchen said disdainfully. Lin Ling didn't fight at all. He didn't look like a man at all. Relying on women is what he's relying on. Do Xingchen said casually as he tossed the copper coins. The crowd outside fell silent. Even though they won the previous battle beautifully, it was undeniable that the people from Constellation were right. This made Lin Ling feel a little embarrassed. Who cares? He's not a gentleman. He's just an arrogant and overbearing person. So, why should we care about face? Soon, someone spoke up for Lin Ling. Shame on you. You're just a good-for-nothing who relies on women. The young man who spoke was still disdainful. The corner of his mouth was full of mockery. Is that so? Lin Ling nodded calmly and unsheathed the sword in his hand. I didn't attack before because it wasn't my turn to attack. Even you don't have the right to make me attack. However, your words carry a hint of provocation. Fortunately, you succeeded in provoking me. Then, what do you want? The young man snorted disdainfully. Kill you. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. His sword was like a ray of light that came from the horizon. His murderous aura filled the air and formed a huge sword of killing. However, killing wasn't the only thing. Boundless righteousness also appeared. One was righteousness and the other was evil. Although they seemed to be opposing each other, they were ingeniously fused in the sword. Life and death sword, sky-cleaving sword. The sword light was black and white. Black represented murderous aura and white represented righteousness. It fiercely slashed toward the young man. A destructive sword aura bloomed. This was the sword of killing aura that Lin Ling had used when Yuer was besieged. At that time, he didn't hide his murderous aura. He only wanted to kill all the enemies. However, after killing all the enemies, he realized that he didn't need to suppress his murderous aura. As long as his righteousness was stronger than his murderous aura, the murderous aura would never be able to affect him. Lin Ling's righteousness had reached the second level. Therefore, he fused his murderous aura and righteousness together to form the current life and death sword, sky-cleaving sword. Righteousness was Lin Ling's forte. Murderous aura came from the ancient flame devil. The fusion of the two swords would definitely cut through everything. It reached the third level of the life and death profound. This was the fusion of the first level of killing aura and the second level of righteousness. Hong Tian, be careful. At this moment, Do Xingchen was no longer throwing copper coins. He anxiously shouted. The third level of the martial profound was very powerful. As for the young man who spoke, his pupils constricted. He wanted to say something, but it was too late. The sword pierced through him, causing his pupils to condense there. However, in the next moment, he rapidly aged. His hair and teeth fell out, and his face was full of wrinkles. No. He let out a frightened voice. He was only 16 years old. How could he become old? His vitality has been taken away. Do Xingchen saw everything. He watched as the young man gradually aged and finally turned into a pile of bones. He was affected by the murderous aura before he died. Tell me, I rely on women. Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out from the ancient blood sea formation. Do Xingchen's face instantly turned ugly. Rely on women? It was obvious that Lin Ling didn't want to fight before. After all, he killed with a single sword strike. Amazing. The people outside trembled violently. Then, excited voices rose and fell. Although they didn't care about Do Xingchen's mocking words, Lin Ling proving himself was undoubtedly better. This was like a slap to the proud Do Xingchen. It seems that you are the strongest. Chapter 1042. A fierce battle hung long. The ancient spirit array grew even larger, and the sea of blood began to spread from the bottom of their feet. The blood-sucking pressure grew even stronger. Yu and the others also focused and resisted with all their might, but their pretty faces gradually turned pale. You guys, leave. Lin Ling said indifferently. The spirit array was several times larger than before. But Yu and the others were unwilling, but Lin Ling nodded at them. Don't worry, I will win. Okay. Yu and the others knew that they wouldn't be able to last until the end if they stayed, so they all shot towards the blood-red beads. After all, most of them were only at the early stage of the Saint Spirit realm. In this way, only 2 geniuses were left in the Provenance Saint Heaven-splitting array. Lin Ling, you can do it. The crowd outside was silent, and everyone clenched their fists nervously. However, on the surface, Lin Ling was at the intermediate stage of the Saint Spirit realm, while Du Xingchen was at the late stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Obviously, Du Xingchen had a higher chance of winning. Crash. The sea of blood was still roaring, and it had already spread to Lin Ling's knees. Not far away, Du Xingchen was also in the same situation, but he still casually tossed the copper coin in his hand and said indifferently, Your martial Dao heart is very firm, stronger than the previous geniuses, but you are too weak. You can't beat me. Is that so? This ancient spirit array is not only a battle of strength, but also a battle of wills. can you beat me? Lin Ling said indifferently. The two's gazes collided in the air, and invisible sparks blossomed, causing the sea of blood to erupt with waves. So powerful. Any Saint Spirit Realm master would die if they entered that ancient spirit array, but they are so young, and yet they can hold on for so long. The spirit array was the strongest battlefield for cultivators below the transcendent realm, but they could only look up to it, never step foot into it. Time passed quietly, and the sea of blood had already spread to Lin Ling's chest. Once it drowned him, even the Daluo immortals wouldn't be able to save him. When he arrived at the capital star, his expression became serious. This young man Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. His foundation was solid, and his martial arts heart was too firm. Now, the sea of blood had spread to his chest. If he didn't retreat now, he would be in danger too. This was like a dream. It should be known that there were very few people in the Void Star Divine Palace who could resist him for so long. Most of them would admit defeat when the sea of blood reached their knees, but there was actually someone from the tiny 6 sacred domains who could resist him until now. Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Ling. Looks like you'll have to play along with me. Fine, I'll go to Xingchen and see how much courage you have. Du Xingchen coldly snorted. He didn't believe that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of death. He slapped out with his right hand, causing the sea of blood to roar even more violently, and the speed of its submersion increased. This was a race between the two of them against the god of death. It was a race to see who would retreat first, and whose will was stronger. So ruthless. The hearts of the 4 patriarchs trembled fiercely as they increased the speed of the sea of blood spreading. Du Xingchen was digging his own grave, but he was worthy of being called a genius. Not only was he not afraid, he was even braver as he fought. This kind of genius who was vicious to himself was undoubtedly the most terrifying. However, Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged. At this moment, Du Xingchen's sneering voice rang out, "What, are you afraid now?" Afraid? Lin Ling nodded and stretched out his right hand, slashing forward with his sword. "You're not qualified to compete with me." Rumble. The sword didn't slash at the sea of blood, but at the blood pearl in the sky, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Destroying the blood pearl was equivalent to destroying the exit. Then, Lin Ling and Du Xingchen would both die. After all, without the exit, no matter how strong they would be submerged by the sea of blood. This kind of ruthlessness was terrifying. Du Xingchen thought that by increasing the speed of the sea of blood, Lin Ling would be afraid of him, but who knew that Lin Ling's will was even more terrifying and ruthless than his, directly destroying the exit. You! Du Xingchen sucked in a breath of cold air. Madman, he had met a madman. What, are you afraid now? Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. This was what Du Xingchen had asked him before, and now, he was asking Du Xingchen in return. At the same time, the sword in his hand slashed out again. Crazy. Du Xingchen's face turned pale. He saw cracks appear on the blood pearl, and finally, after a moment of hesitation, his body shot out toward the blood pearl. He had admitted defeat. With the exit destroyed, how could he live? Lin Ling wanted to die with him and see who could last longer in front of the Grim Reaper, but he had admitted defeat. He didn't dare to continue playing. All of this was very ironic. He was the one who suggested the game, but he was the one who ran away. The moment he shot toward the blood pearl, Lin Ling smiled faintly, and his body shot out like a sword. Pa! In the outside world, Du Xingchen's footsteps sounded. His body appeared, and because he had rushed out anxiously, he knelt on the ground powerlessly. However, his face was ferocious. He had lost. Behind him, Lin Ling calmly walked out. His black robes made him look like a king descending, causing countless people to gasp. Then, the sound of cheers that soared into the sky rose and fell one after another. Lin Ling represented the holy land of the rainforest and won. Good job. Rain Master Mo Ping was so excited that his eyes were wet. He didn't realize that the usually serious him was also excited at this moment. All of this was because of the grandson he had looked down on the most. As for the 7 stars Bodhi and Tangy Cheng, their complexions were incomparably ugly. They thought that with their young master moving out, no one in the tiny rainforest Holy Land would be able to stop them. However, the rainforest Holy Land had actually sent out a nameless youth to ruthlessly crush their young master, causing them to lose all face. This was simply a disgrace. Their young master could lose to anyone, but how could he lose to a piece of trash from the rainforest Holy Land? If they knew that Lin Ling was the king of saints, they definitely wouldn't be so surprised. Is Lin Ling that terrifying? As for Tang Yicheng, his heart was in turmoil. He had always thought that he was the #1 genius of the rainforest Holy Land, but this was all wishful thinking on his part. Lin Ling's strength had exceeded his imagination. Excited voices continued to rise one after another. Du Xingchen lay on the ground, his body trembling. Humiliation, a great humiliation. When my copper coin stops, everyone will die. Suddenly, Du Xingchen stood up with a ferocious expression on his face. He couldn't swallow this insult, especially when the cheers of the ants around him were like slaps to his face. What qualifications did these ants have to be proud and complacent? One had to know that he was the young master of the Void Star Divine Palace. A copper coin floated out of his hand and landed on the ground, constantly spinning. When the copper coin stops, everyone will die. The crowd stopped cheering as their eyes widened. This powerhouse from another domain had gone back on his word. Du Xingchen and the others had arrogantly said that as long as the young master of the rainforest Holy Land won, they would leave and never come back again. However, even though the young master of the rainforest Holy Land had done his best to win, the other side still wanted to kill them. You're all shameless. Someone angrily shouted. Huh, game, do you know what a game is? It's playing your game, but in the end, you'll still die. The Bodhi 7 stars and the others all laughed. They had been waiting for their young master to say those words. A game, everyone was being toyed with like a game. In reality, their end had already been decided, and that was death. Chapter 1043. King of Kings, how long are you going to play with us? Everyone roared. The 4 patriarchs' faces were cold. The other party had gone too far. Haha. However, the 7 stars Bodhi and the other old men laughed even louder. They seemed to enjoy the crowd's anger. Du Xingchen slowly stood up as if he had washed away the humiliation from before. He looked at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's angry face. Defeat me? It's not that easy. Du Xingchen's arrogant voice floated out. Do you really think I'll let you go just because you defeated me? Naive. His cold voice filled with killing intent fell on Lin Ling. Countless eyes also looked at Lin Ling. Most people were unwilling for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had won, but why did he have to die? Why did everyone have to die? Why did this battle have to happen? I'm naive. Lin Ling's face was extremely calm. He knew that the Heavenly Fall era was coming, so he knew that the Rainforest Holy Land was going to be reshuffled. Therefore, he wasn't surprised at all. Lin Ling was even more used to Du Xingchen going back on his words. He had seen many people like this over the years. Do you think I'll let you go just because I won? Lin Ling's calm voice floated out, but it was filled with killing intent. Du Xingchen didn't plan to let him go, but Du Xingchen forgot one thing. Lin Ling didn't plan to let him go either. Because the Heavenly Fall era was coming, the experts from the other regions only had one goal, and that was to massacre the 6 saint regions. What? Du Xingchen's eyes narrowed, and a murderous look appeared on his face. He thought that Lin Ling would regret it, or even be afraid. However, Lin Ling said that Lin Ling didn't plan to let him go either. Du Xingchen's arrogance in front of Lin Ling made him look like a dancing clown. When the copper coins stop, all of you will die. Humph, Lin Ling softly said, as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing. Lin Ling, how arrogant. Even the 4 desolate race patriarchs drew a cold gasp. Previously, they were worried about the lives of the desolate race, while the experts of the other regions were dominating everything. However, only now did they realize that Lin Ling seemed to be the king, dominating everything. 4 desolate race patriarchs, hold back the 7 stars Bodhi. Leave the rest to me. Lin Ling's voice floated out again, causing everyone's heart to tremble violently. Leave the rest to Lin Ling? That was a total of 3 transcendent realm masters. When he arrived at the capital star, his expression was ferocious. He was the young master of the Void Star Divine Palace. Others would fear and respect him when they saw him, but in Lin Ling's eyes, he was like a mouse that was being hunted down. This. The 4 desolate race patriarchs opened their mouths, but no words came out. Where did Lin Ling's confidence come from? They looked at each other and then nodded excitedly. Previously, when they were fighting the 7 stars Bodhi, they were suppressed because they had fewer people on their side. But now, with Lin Ling's help, they were not afraid of the 7 stars Bodhi. Lin Ling, whatever you say. Rain Master Mo Ping shouted happily, causing the Rain clansmen to blink. They felt that everything was unreal. Their patriarch, Lin Ling's grandfather, was actually obeying Lin Ling's orders. Huh, Rain Master Mo, you have a good grandson. I'm so fucking jealous. Today, if your grandson can lead us to kill all the enemies, I don't mind acknowledging your grandson as our leader. Shouted Feng Bo loudly. He was in high spirits, as if all the grievances he had suffered before had been alleviated. Lin Ling is my grandson-in-law. Peacock deity also laughed loudly. Rain Master Mo Ping looked at his old comrades who had fought alongside him for many years. All of them were fond of his grandson, and an inexplicable sense of jealousy rose in his heart. Lin Ling was his grandson, but in the mouths of these old comrades, he had become their grandson. All of you, scram. Lin Ling is my grandson. Rain Master Mo Ping shouted sternly. He was a rigid person, so he could not even tell that his old comrades were joking. Kill. As for the rainforest's sacred land, the atmosphere was inexplicably raised. Everyone was boiling with excitement. So powerful. The 7 stars Bodhi saw this blood-boiling scene and their hearts trembled violently. Their gazes finally landed on Lin Ling. That youth was only 20 years old. He was dressed in a black robe and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face had an otherworldly aura, and his nose was extremely straight. He had a desolate aura. It was such a young fellow, but he had strangely raised the rainforest sacred land's morale. Was this the so-called aura of a king? It was said that in ancient times, there was a saying about the King of Kings. The King of Kings was hidden among the common people, but once he rose, he would command all the kings. He would be able to turn the tide and kill all the enemies. This kind of King of Kings was not obvious at the beginning, and would only bloom in a moment of life and death. A single sentence could affect the entire situation. For example, the rainforest sacred land. Previously, this place was lifeless and everyone was being played around like ants. However, after that handsome youth walked out, a single sentence from him caused the entire rainforest sacred land's morale to rise. It was like a battle between 2 armies, a single sentence from a king deciding life and death. Can you kill us? Taking a deep breath, the one-eyed old man among the 7 stars Bodhi said indifferently. Only now did he realize that the rainforest sacred land was not the 4 patriarchs, but the most terrifying was that youth. Yes. Yes. Lin Ling softly replied. His expression was still calm, as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing. Then, I'll kill you first. Kill. The 7 stars Bodhi seethed with anger. Lin Ling's appearance was too calm, so calm that it made them feel like they were ants. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Kill. Kill. There were not many people on the 7 stars Bodhi's side, but all of them were top masters. The crowd below stopped shouting and their eyes narrowed. They were here, they were here. Those who are not invincible in the Saint Spirit realm, don't go. Patriarchs of the 12 great desolate races, go. Kill. As the astral wind blew from the sky, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His long hair danced wildly as he waved his right hand. 12 zodiac human array. Kill. Lin Ling coldly shouted again. Hong Long Long. In the distance, 12 ancient beasts appeared and occupied a part of the world. Although there were no transcendents in this array, they were invincible in the Saint Spirit realm. 49 flame array, fire demon descends. Kill. Hong Long Long. In the sky, the Saint Spirit realm experts took a mysterious step and formed an ancient flame demon that could hold up the sky. The aura in the sky surged, causing the eyes of the 7 stars Bodhi to narrow. Human array. The rainforest's sacred land actually had a human array. In this way, the combat strength of our side won't be much weaker. The spirits of the 4 great patriarchs rose. They took a big step forward and shot towards the 7 stars Bodhi. At the same time, the giant fire demon in the sky also strode towards the 7 stars Bodhi. The sky had become a battlefield for transcendence. No wonder you were so confident. It turns out you were hiding such a method, but don't you think too highly of yourself? You can't stop us with this. 7 stars Bodhi, kill that youth. Kill. Chapter 1044. Dominator, haha, you are not as strong as I imagined. The 7 stars Bodhi and company regained their composure as they sneered. The 4 desolate race patriarchs and the fire demon array could block 5 of them, and the 12 zodiac behemoths could block 1 of them. However, there was still 1 person left who was enough to wipe out everything. Die. One of the Bodhi's 7 stars had transformed into a giant spider, falling down like a dome. Moreover, an endless stream of spider silk gushed out from its body. Each strand of spider silk carried with it the aura of profound mysteries. It was extremely powerful. Just him alone was enough to wipe out everyone. At this moment, countless people looked at Lin Ling, who was leading them. They were worried, but when they saw Lin Ling's lack of fear in the face of danger, they felt a surge of confidence. In this short period of time, they had already treated Lin Ling as their king. I think too highly of myself? Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling remained unperturbed. With a wave of his left hand, an ancient bronze lamp appeared. He handed it to Anuer. As she had obtained the treasure with him, she roughly knew how to use the bronze lamp. I'll leave the remaining person to you. There's no need to save the number of times you use the ancient Buddha lamp. Even if you destroy the lamp, you will make these cruel and unscrupulous enemies pay the price. Lin Ling said coldly. All right. And Yuer gave a delighted smile as she received the bronze lamp. Following that, she gently blew at it, causing ancient Buddha flames to appear. They were mighty and holy. Chi. 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 The green flames surged out, and when they made contact with the spider silk, they immediately incinerated all the spider silk in the world. It was extremely terrifying. What? In the sky, the 7 stars of Bodhi sucked in a breath of cold air. What a scorching flame. Then, he sensed that the flame was pouncing towards him. Moreover, it had an innate majesty that made his mind tremble. That was the Buddhist lamp. After all, he was a Fae, and Fae charms were most afraid of righteous Buddhas. Run. Without a second thought, the 7 stars Bodhi reverted to his human form and frantically retreated. However, he was still too slow. As he had underestimated his enemy, he was still entangled by the ancient Buddha flames. Hence, his body was being burned by the green flames that could not be extinguished. This. Everyone's eyes widened. Before this, the baleful aura of the Bodhi's 7 stars billowed forth, wanting to slaughter all life. However, Lin Ling made a move. He only used an ancient lamp, and the baleful aura of the Bodhi's 7 stars turned tail and fled. Moreover, it fled at an extremely fast speed. Its panicked cries shook the heavens and earth. All of this was too surreal. Previously, the experts from other regions thought that Lin Ling was overestimating himself. But now? No, Lin Ling had absolute confidence. What a scary little devil. The 4 patriarchs' pupils also constricted. Aside from Lin Ling's powerful influence, he actually possessed such a treasure. Where did this little guy go and come back? Why did he have so many things that did not exist in the rainforest's holy land? Don't lose face, especially you, Rain Master Mo Ping. Your grandson is more capable than you, said the peacock god to Mo Ping. Mo Ping pulled a long face. Even though he pulled a long face, he was overjoyed. No matter what, his grandson was the one who could control everything. He had his blood in his veins. Kill. Kill. The morale of the 4 patriarchs soared, while the Bodhi's 7 stars and the others panicked. Lin Ling was indeed terrifying. He could control everything by himself. Then, they looked at the Bodhi's 7 stars wrapped in flames, and their pupils trembled. The Bodhi's 7 stars with the body of a spider monster had already lost its vitality. It fell from mid-air, its body burned into nothingness. Terrifying. What kind of lamp was that? Although they were all transcendent realm masters, there were still differences between the strong and the weak in this realm. They were obviously not as strong as the old tomb's yen, and most importantly, they were monster beasts, so what they were most afraid of was pure strength, so how could they resist the ancient Buddhist flames? If the Buddhist flame was not so ancient and could only be used a limited number of times, Lin Ling would have dominated the entire battlefield today. Amazing. Again. Good. And Yuer was overjoyed. She blew the ancient Buddhist flame at the other Bodhi's 7 stars, causing them to tremble subconsciously. This girl was even more terrifying than the 4 patriarchs. All of this was ironic. One had to know that after the Bodhi's 7 stars arrived, they looked down on everyone with a mocking attitude. Even the patriarchs of the 4 desolate races were toyed with and suppressed by them. However, the one who ended all of this was a nameless youth. They had been paying attention to the 4 patriarchs, but had forgotten to pay attention to that youth. The battle in the sky had undergone a drastic change compared to the previous battle. On Do Xingqian's side, Tang Yicheng's face was extremely pale. He believed that he was extremely intelligent and had the ability to adapt according to the situation. That was why he had chosen the foreign masters. However, in just half an hour, the battle had proven that he had made the wrong choice. The foreign masters were retreating in defeat. He had chosen the wrong side. Alright, it's your turn, the first foreign genius of the Heavenly Fall era. Alright. Amidst the fierce battle in the sky, Lin Ling still stood coldly on the ground, looking indifferently at the stars. Do Xingqian's eyes narrowed. Indeed, he had received the order from the Void Star Divine Palace to massacre the 6 sacred regions. It was just a small interlude when he was bored. However, he had not expected Lin Ling to know about this. Who told you that? Do Xingqian said coldly. You don't need to know that. You only need to know that I have prepared a lot in order to welcome the Heavenly Fall era. Although the 6 sacred regions are indeed insignificant compared to the other regions, we also have courage. How can you destroy us as you wish? Lin Ling's light shout caused many people's eyes to flicker, especially the 4 clan patriarchs. Their hearts trembled fiercely. Perhaps others did not know what the Heavenly Fall era was, but as the 4 clan patriarchs, they naturally knew. However, they had always thought that it was just a rumor. They had never thought that it would be true. Their rainforest sacred land was about to be massacred. He has prepared a lot in order to welcome the new era. Rain. Mo Ping murmured as he looked at the huge human formation and the ancient Buddhist lamp. He suddenly realized that his grandson had grown up, and it was a growth that exceeded his imagination. Yes, although we are weak, we also have courage. How can you destroy us as you wish? Kill. Kill. The peacock deity roared, his aura becoming even crazier. Ants also had their own dignity. Even if they died, even if they were swallowed, they would break the enemy's teeth. You made a mistake by underestimating the 6 sacred regions. Therefore, as the first batch of warriors to come here for a massacre, you only have one fate, death. Die. Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards Do Xingchen. Do Xingchen's body trembled with anger. They were invaders, so they should be like celestial emperors controlling the lives of ants. But now, they were more like ants. So the strongest in the rainforest sacred land is not the 4 desolate clans, but you. You are the king of the rainforest sacred land. But very well, I want to see how great the number 1 genius of the rainforest sacred land is. Chapter 1045. Half-demon, an ant's resistance is indeed powerful, but an ant is still an ant. 3 moves, I'll kill you in 3 moves. If I fail, I'll represent the Void Star Divine Palace and never allow anyone to invade the rainforest sacred land again. Du Xingchen's arrogant voice floated out of his mouth as a terrifying aura burst out from his body. His long hair danced in the wind as the mysterious runes on his body became clearer. He closed his eyes, giving others a feeling of holiness and evil charm. Floating, he floated in the sky with his hands spread open. This was the void god physique. Countless stars appeared in the sky. They were extremely bright and gave people a feeling of incomparable tranquility. However, the people below felt their mouths go dry. The more tranquil it was, the more terrifying they felt. What was that? Void light. Finally, a cold voice floated out of Du Xingchen's mouth. He was still in a half-demon half-god state, but his voice carried the might of the heavens. Chi. Above his head, endless light shone down. Mysteriously, the skies seemed to darken, and only the top of his head was shining. The light descended from the sky and enveloped the earth. What a powerful innate emperor physique. The 7 stars Bodhi and the others sneered. That was the Void Star Divine Palace's peak astral physique. He could borrow the starlight in the sky to annihilate all life. Although Du Xingchen was weaker than them, they knew that in terms of talent, Du Xingchen was much more terrifying than them. Du Xingchen's only weakness was that his cultivation time was too short. He was only 16 years old. Everyone below the transcendent realm will die. The one-eyed old man said with murderous intent. Once the void light appeared, it would annihilate all life. Now that everyone in the rainforest sacred land was dead, the patriarchs of the 4 desolate races were no longer a concern, especially the handsome young man. They knew that he was the king of all, so his fall was the most important. Kill him. Kill. The 7 stars Bodhi and the others roared in unison. The battle had reached its climax. One was the young master of the Void Star Divine Palace, while the other was the rising king of the rainforest sacred land. The battle between the dragon and the tiger would determine the final outcome of the battle. Chi. Endless light shone down and the earth became riddled with holes. Nothing could block the light. Many people's bodies were penetrated and died. 12 people, come quickly. Tian. The heavenly concubine anxiously shouted. She told the human formation in the sky to block the light. The light was too terrifying, it could destroy anything. You've angered me, so when I said I'll kill you in 3 moves, I meant that you won't be able to last 3 breaths of time. The young man floated in the sky like a void god. His long hair danced in the wind. His eyes were still closed, but his cold voice drifted out. Whoosh. In midair, Lin Ling shot over like a meteor. I'm at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, and I have the 4th level of the Star Profound. That half-divine and half-demonic voice once again floated out from the young man's mouth, making people feel like they were bowing down in worship. I come from a 6-star saint realm, a disciple of the Void Star Divine Palace. That place is not a world you can understand, Ant. Accompanied by that domineering voice, the light shot towards Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's body to tremble. Was this an all-encompassing light? However, the light only caused him to pause for a moment. The 100,000 small worlds in his body erupted at the same time, shooting towards the Void God once more. Although the starlight could destroy everything, the heavenly treasures Lin Ling had eaten in the ancient tomb were not for nothing. Those treasures had allowed Lin Ling's body to reach an unprecedented level of toughness. Baptism light. Sensing that Lin Ling was still shooting towards him, the Void God softly said again. Chi Chi. The starlight in the sky suddenly changed. It no longer covered the earth, but turned into a beam of light that shot towards Lin Ling. The pressure on the crowd below was greatly reduced, but they were still nervously looking at the sky. They were cheering in their hearts, Lin Ling, you can do it. This was a battle between the top geniuses of the 2 saint realms. Lin Ling, you can't lose. And Yuer and the others held each other's hands. They knew that if Lin Ling fell, the rainforest Holy Land would be consigned to eternal damnation. This battle was a battle of honor, a battle of life and death. Millions of lives were tied to Lin Ling. Those geniuses who were previously jealous of Lin Ling, as well as the various major powers, all had their hearts on Lin Ling's side. Fight. He could not lose. Rumble. In the sky, the deathly starlight grew even larger, sealing off everything. The 4 patriarchs were worried, but they could not divert their attention to help Lin Ling boom. With another loud sound, the huge beam of starlight shot down, enveloping Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to disappear from everyone's sight. The beam of light was like the finger of a god, still shooting forward, causing the earth to shake violently. A 1,000-mile-wide crater appeared, and the beam of light continued to shine in the sky, causing the crater to seem as if it was about to reach the ground. How terrifying! Everyone's faces turned pale. Could Lin Ling still be alive? That terrifying attack power was probably enough to sweep through any Saint Spirit Realm expert. Leader. The Flame Legion's array formation had already dispersed, and everyone looked at the sky with worry. Lin Ling. Everyone. Could it be that the Heavenly Fall era had arrived, and no matter what they did, it would be useless? The Heavenly Fall era has arrived, how can you defy the heavens? In the sky, the Void God was still as divine as ever, and he looked like a half-demon. His ancient bloodline gave him the power to dominate the entire world. Why can't I defy the heavens? However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded in the sky, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Lin Ling was still alive. The 4 patriarchs had already stopped fighting, and they were all in high spirits. As for the Void God, his eyes slowly opened, and he was clearly very surprised. It had to be known that he was a rare genius in the 6-star Saint Domain, and he had defeated countless Saint Domain experts. However, in the unknown 6-star Saint Domain, a young man had blocked his starlight destruction. I don't care where you came from, and I don't care what your goal is, but this is my home, and my family is here. Even if I die, I will protect everything. Boom! At the same time, under the terrifying starlight, a sudden change occurred. Surging flames appeared, causing the sky to change color. An ancient flame emperor elephant appeared, and its hair stood on end, as if it was the wrath of a king. You've already talked enough. What killing me in 3 moves? What coming from the bullshit Void Star Divine Palace? What coming from the heavens to destroy the sacred land of the rainforest? Enough, everything is enough. You, go to hell and talk to King Yama. Boom! A giant fist of flames descended, and that giant fist was like a meteor, burning everything, causing the starlight to erupt with flames. 4th level fire profound. The Void God's eyes widened. He was confident that he could kill Lin Ling because he knew that Lin Ling's strength was only at the 3rd level. However, he had never imagined that Lin Ling would have the 4th level, and it was the extremely terrifying fire profound. Fire and starlight were the most extreme energies in the world, and it was also the most difficult to increase one's strength. As a genius of the Void Star Divine Palace, aside from the fact that his cultivation had progressed quickly, he had also comprehended the fourth level of profound. But who would have thought that the tiny 6 saint domains would also have such a master? Great World Annihilation Baptism Light. Boom! The Void God no longer had the sacred and demonic attitude he had before, and he anxiously shouted. Rumble. In the sky, starlight constantly intertwined, condensing into an even larger beam of light that collided with the fiery fist. Boom! Chapter 1046. Will of Fire. Peng Peng Peng. Under countless gazes, the Flame Emperor Dharma idol appeared, as if it had come from the earth. The fiery fist punched out, and in front of the Flame Emperor, the half-demon half-god hollow spirit appeared, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were slightly closed, and the divine starlight pillar of destruction appeared behind him to collide with the fiery fist. What a powerful force! Is this the strongest collision below the transcendent realm? The crowd was excited. Who would win and who would lose? You won't be able to hold on for long. My Tao is the same as yours, but my cultivation realm is higher than yours. At this moment, the half-demon half-god's voice rang out in the sky, as sacred and proud as ever. Yes, Lin Ling is only at the Saint Spirit intermediate stage. If this goes on, Lin Ling won't be able to hold on for long. The crowd's face stiffened. In the sky, the starlight was getting bigger and bigger, and it seemed to be suppressing the fiery fist. Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the Rainforest Holy Land, but he was still weaker. Lin Ling. The 4 patriarchs shouted anxiously, but they were stopped by the 7 stars Bodhi and the others again. Chi chi chi. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he sensed that his own flames were also being shot into nothingness by the starlight. Du Xing, a top genius from another domain, was really powerful. The Rainforest Holy Land was only one of the 8 sacred domains. In terms of inheritances and cultivation resources, Lin Ling had no advantage at all. However, Lin Ling had no choice but to fight with his back against the wall. He didn't have a powerful background, an endless supply of cultivation resources, or an ancient inheritance. All he had was his firm will. Just like in the previous collision of spirit arrays, Lin Ling's will surpass Du Xing's. I can't lose. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with madness. He had forgotten about his own safety as he stared at the fiery fist that was still flying towards him. It was the Flame Emperor's fist. Flame, the combination of 2 flames. The flames rose and the flames rose. Staring at the burning flames, Lin Ling's eyes seemed to see something. This was the transformation of fire, adding fire to fire. This was flame. Flame had existed in heaven and earth since ancient times. It seemed to be extinguished, but it was everywhere. There was an ancient saying, flame without fire, which meant that flames that had disappeared from heaven and earth were reborn. In ancient times, heavenly fire would descend and burn the earth, but with the passage of time, the flames. Flames and the heavenly earth. Fire, fire, people, flame. It. He, to. The. Chi. At the same time, all the flames receded like a tide. The crowd's pupils shrank. Had Lin Ling reached his limit? It seems that your weak cultivation is your shortcoming. You have lost this battle. You can't change this heavenly fall era. You can't reverse this heavenly fall era. His aura. A huge starlight appeared above his head. It was as if he had opened a door to the starry sky. Lin Ling, I have to say that you are very strong. You counterattacked again and again. You almost made me waver. Unfortunately, it was just a flash in the pan. Now, you are going to die. Everyone will die. Those below the transcendent realm will die under the starry sky. The void god used his strongest trump card. The whole sky turned into a starry sky. The earth seemed to have disappeared. It was incomparably terrifying. Even the four patriarchs narrowed their eyes. Although the void god was not at the transcendent realm, he was definitely invincible in the saint spirit realm. His talent came from the inheritance of his bloodline. It was too powerful. A flash in the pan? The earth turned into a starry sky. Everyone questioned themselves. Was all their resistance a flash in the pan? Would they still be unable to escape death in the heavenly fall era? A sense of loss and depression spread among the crowd. Boom! However, at that moment, in the sky, Lin Ling, who had already lost his flames, once again burst out with flames. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's will was very firm. Even if the heavens wanted to destroy him, he would still continue to fight. Is it still the same method as before? The void god said in a contemptuous voice. He had seen through Lin Ling's methods. Of course, it was true. In terms of cultivation, Lin Ling was inferior to him. In terms of the martial Tao, Lin Ling was equal to him. So, how could Lin Ling defeat him? I said that I will defy this heavenly fall era. It is like my will. It is like the will of fire. Even if it is extinguished, even if it disappears, it still exists. Fire has never disappeared. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The flames on his body became more and more vigorous. The void god smiled again. However, this smile did not last long because he sensed that Lin Ling's flames were becoming more and more vigorous. The extinguished flames were reignited and became even more terrifying. Everything was like the will of fire, just like Lin Ling's will. How is this possible? This is the profound of fire. Adding fire to fire, it is getting stronger and stronger. Who are you? The void god said in a surprised voice. I am Lin Ling. I don't have a strong bloodline, I don't have a strong background. I only have a will that does not fear the heavens and earth. Lin Ling took a step forward and shouted coldly. The sky suddenly changed. In the starry sky, ancient flame emperors appeared. Moreover, it was not just one, there were 8 of them. They were like the strongest war gods who had conquered the north and south. They ferociously punched towards the starry sky. Boom! Flames exploded and the starry sky turned into a world of fire. 5th level profound of fire, Flame Emperor's Fist. Pop! 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 The starry sky collapsed. The void god's eyes widened. Those 8 fists burned everything, even the heavens and earth. Lin Ling's profound of fire had broken through to the 5th level at this critical moment. This was too frightening. It had to be known that comprehending profound of fire was much more difficult than increasing one's cultivation base. However, Lin Ling had succeeded. The void god was not qualified to call himself a genius in front of Lin Ling. Was he going to be defeated? Why would he be defeated in the tiny 6 saint domains? He had a powerful bloodline and endless cultivation resources, but why couldn't he compare to an ant from a rural area? That's right, it was his will. He did not have Lin Ling's will to perish together with his opponent. That was the will of fire. The Void Star Divine Palace will not let you go. The 6 saint domains will be destroyed. The Void God said one last time before he was drowned in endless flames. Flame Emperor's fist burned everything. Rumble. The illusory starry sky world shattered and disappeared. The sky reappeared, and everything was the same as before. Everyone looked as if they had just survived a calamity. Under the rolling dark clouds, a black-robed youth stood indifferently. Flames spewed out from his body, making him look like the Flame Emperor. Lin Ling had won. Chapter 1047. Defeated like a collapsing mountain, Lin Ling. Many people excitedly looked up at the sky. There was a black-robed youth with a sword in his hand. This was a shocking sight. This youth was only 20 years old. At this age, he was considered a martial artist who had just stepped through the door of martial arts. However, this youth had accomplished what countless people could only do in their lifetimes. He was fully deserving of being the #1 genius of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling has won. Go back and kill. Kill. The 4 patriarchs were shaken and their auras surged. In the most crucial battle, Lin Ling had turned the tables. They could not afford to lose. He's dead. As for the 7 stars Bodhi and the others, their faces were pale. The #1 genius of the Void Star Divine Palace had died. How could they report back? Suddenly, they looked up at the arrogant black-robed youth in the sky and their hearts trembled. Perhaps this youth was only at the middle stage of the Saint Spirit realm, but in their hearts, he was like the most mysterious cloud in the sky. They couldn't see through him and even felt fear. Perhaps in their hearts, Du Xingchen was their king, someone who could never be offended. However, Lin Ling had killed him. Thus, the shadow that Lin Ling had left in their hearts was even greater. Run! Run! Defeated like a collapsing mountain and their king had fallen. How could they have the strength to continue fighting? They all wanted to run away, but how could the 4 patriarchs let them off so easily? At this moment, the 7 stars Bodhi and the others' auras were greatly reduced. In addition, there were less than 7 of them to begin with. If the 4 patriarchs didn't seize this opportunity, they would be fools. Wild Rain. Rain Master Mo Ping shouted. His body disappeared into the curtain of rain in the sky. He looked down from above and his leg chopped down like a battle axe. A torrential storm appeared. This was a terrifying martial mystery. In the next moment, a painful roar resounded. The 7 stars Bodhi's one-eyed old man's leg had been cut off. He frantically ran away without the slightest will to continue fighting. In the past, they had escaped from the Rainforest Holy Land under the joint efforts of the 4 patriarchs. This proved that their hearts of martial arts were not firm and they were afraid of death. Today, they were running away again. Unfortunately, if they didn't run, they wouldn't have died so quickly. However, running had sped up their deaths. 90,000 Phoenix Gods. The Peacock God let out a low roar. Incomparably bright light appeared, and thousands of peacock gods seemed to appear in the sky. It was like a dream. Then, they all slapped out like peacocks spreading their tails, seriously injuring another Bodhi of the 7 stars. After Lin Ling won, the 7 stars Bodhi and the others were all afraid of Lin Ling. The crowd looked at the one-sided battle in the sky. They felt like they were in a dream. Sure enough, the battle between Lin Ling and Du Xing had ended. This meant that the battle was over. Lin Ling was indeed a key figure. No. In the sky, the 7 Bodhi stars roared in pain and anger as they gradually fell from the sky. Before they died, they stared at the black-robed young man standing proudly and deeply remembered him in their hearts. The black-robed young man was indeed the most important person. In the sky, the smoke gradually dispersed. The great battle had ended, allowing the earth to finally welcome peace. Lin Ling. But an instant later, loud shouts sounded one after another. Everyone looked at the black-robed young man with long hair, their hearts beating like thunder. In this battle, Lin Ling had become the #1 king of the Rainforest Sacred Land. He deserved it. Especially Yu and the others. At this moment, they were still holding hands, but their eyes were looking at Lin Ling. This scene was familiar. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom in the past and the Rainforest Sacred Land today. The location was different, but the people were the same. That unyielding young man had done it again. It's over. In the sky, Lin Ling smiled faintly. His strength had increased again, and at the same time, he had witnessed the geniuses of stronger regions. In this battle, he did not use the ancient flame devil, but he still won. This victory was of great importance. It also represented Lin Ling's will and fighting spirit. His gaze quietly landed in the distance. There, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and smoke billowed. But as time passed, the dark clouds quietly dispersed, revealing a patch of blue sky. It was so pure, so exciting, and so hopeful. It was hope. As long as he never stopped fighting, as long as he never gave up, then hope would appear. I can't defy the heavens. The Su Xing Divine Palace destroyed me in 3 moves. What a joke. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand. More cheers followed. Then, they heard Lin Ling's proud voice. When the copper coin stops, the battle will be over. At this moment, the copper coin that had been thrown out by Do Xingchen lay quietly on the ground. Everything was so ironic and shocking. Just as Lin Ling had said, when the copper coin stopped, all the experts of the other regions would die. This was not a joke, but Lin Ling's promise. In the distance, Tang Yicheng's body trembled. Terrifying, too terrifying. Lin Ling had actually won. He had destroyed Lin Ling in 3 moves. Even he felt that this was a joke. Lin Ling could not be defeated. Lin Ling's unyielding will was too terrifying. Tang Yicheng. At this moment, a loud roar came from Lin Ling's mouth. You tricked me before. Now, let's see how you'll trick me again. Tang Yicheng. On the ground, everyone's gaze swept across the smoke-filled sky and landed coldly on a white-robed youth. That youth was very handsome. Compared to Lin Ling's otherworldly handsomeness, he belonged to the category of handsome men who would be remembered with a single glance. Moreover, it was a kind of feminine beauty. Unfortunately, this kind of handsomeness was very ugly at this moment. Previously, everyone had seen how Tang Yicheng had acknowledged the enemy as his father. Moreover, he had been polite on the surface, but secretly, he had schemed against Lin Ling. This kind of person was extremely shameful. Now, Lin Ling had allowed Tang Yicheng to trick him again. Everyone wanted to see how Tang Yicheng would trick Lin Ling. Tang Yicheng. In the sky, Lin Ling's long robes fluttered in the wind. He gently took a step forward, and a cold voice came out. With just one step, Tang Yicheng's handsome face trembled violently. Lin Ling's step was in the sky, but it seemed to penetrate Tang Yicheng's eyes. With a boom, Tang Yicheng's mind was shaken. That step seemed to penetrate his flesh and blood, stomping heavily on his heart. It made his Dantian Saint platforms tremble violently, as if they were about to collapse. It was too terrifying. It was just one step, but it was so terrifying. Perhaps, the shadow that Lin Ling had left in his heart was too heavy. After defeating Du Xingchen, he was completely afraid of Lin Ling. Grandfather, I was just using a trick of injuring myself to gain the enemy's confidence. With the enemy invading, the 4 desolate races will definitely be annihilated. As a member of the rainforest's sacred land, how can I allow others to trample on my dignity? Therefore, I retreated in order to advance. I used the trick of injuring myself to gain the enemy's confidence, so that I could find an opportunity to lead everyone in a counterattack. Tang Yicheng did not dare to look at Lin Ling again. His eyes looked sincerely at the ground below. He seemed to be proving that he had indeed used a trick of injuring himself to gain the enemy's confidence. Chapter 1048. Before, I was just an ordinary person. Tang Yicheng spoke again, his face filled with determination. It was as if he had paid a great price for the rainforest. However, below the ground, there was only silence. The crowd sneered. Even now, Tang Yicheng still wanted to deceive everyone. How hypocritical, how shameless, how treacherous. Everything for the rainforest, who would believe him? Grandfather, you don't believe me? Tang Yicheng saw that everyone was silent and couldn't help but anxiously shout. Even his eyes were moist, as if he had been wronged. I don't believe you. However, below the ground, the peacock god coldly replied. If it weren't for the previous matter, he would have believed his grandson. However, after being deceived once, how could he allow himself to be deceived a second time? A wolf in sheep's clothing could only catch a sheep. The flock of sheep would not be deceived again. The earth was completely silent. Everyone used silence to express their emotions, and that was disbelief. Pa. At this time, Lin Ling took another step forward, causing endless ripples to appear in the sky. Tang Yicheng's body trembled. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer. To him, each step felt like a year. He anxiously said, Lin Ling, I am now a member of the Void Star Divine Palace. That place is even more powerful than the rainforest's sacred land. Do you dare to touch me? Clearly, his ruse had failed, so Tang Yicheng had to resort to threats. However, was threats useful? Void Star Divine Palace? Sorry, I killed one before. Lin Ling's cold voice came from the sky. His expression was as calm as an ancient well, except for a thick killing intent. He had said before that if Tang Yicheng dared to trick him, he would die without a doubt. This. Retreat. Tang Yicheng subconsciously wanted to take a step back. However, just as he was about to retreat, Lin Ling's cold gaze landed on him. He didn't display any aura or strength, but this calm gaze caused Tang Yicheng to lose control of his body. He was so afraid that he didn't dare to retreat. It was obvious that he couldn't summon the slightest bit of courage to resist Lin Ling. This was very ironic. Not long ago, he had thought that he was the #1 genius of the rainforest while Lin Ling had risen like a dazzling star. He had wanted to become the person behind the scenes and steal Lin Ling's glory, so he had secretly attacked Lin Ling. But now, regardless of whether others would admit it or not, even he himself admitted that he was inferior to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, Tang Yicheng, Tang Yicheng, Cheng, Tang Yicheng. Yicheng, Tang Yicheng, Cheng, Tang Yicheng, Tang Yicheng, Cheng, Tang Yicheng, trash, pa. Lin Ling was silent as he took another step forward. This step was more powerful than any words. It was as if he was stepping on Tang Yicheng's heart, causing it to stop beating for a moment. Indeed, the silent and cold Lin Ling was even more terrifying. At this moment, Tang Yicheng's mind was also rumbling like thunder. It was as if the entire world had disappeared, leaving only the cold and indifferent black-robed youth. He suddenly felt that provoking Lin Ling was the worst mistake he had ever made in his life. You tricked me. Finally, Lin Ling spoke, but his voice was as deep as thunder, causing Tang Yicheng's pupils to constrict. That voice was like a thunderclap that struck his Dantian Saint altar, and in the end, he let out the most painful cry of his life. His Dantian Saint altar was completely shattered, causing him to sweat profusely and blood to spurt out from his mouth. Embarrassing, you have no fighting spirit. The sparrow deity, however, shook his head. He knew that Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength, and everything was caused by Tang Yicheng's own heart demon. Because of his fear of death, when Lin Ling took that step, his mind collapsed. This was their sparrow race's new superstar. Shame, he couldn't even compare to Rain Master Mo Ping's cheap grandson. Spare me, I was wrong. I really wanted to harm you, I just wanted everyone to think that I was the #1 genius, I was really wrong. Yes. Tang Yicheng bowed and begged for mercy, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Yes, he was afraid of death, so he was afraid of Lin Ling. But in the end, death won over his fear, and at this moment, he calmed down. He wanted to escape from the rainforest's sacred ground, go to the Void Star Divine Palace, and tell the experts there that Lin Ling had killed Do Xingchen, and he wanted revenge. Hence, when he begged for mercy, his body instantly moved. However, just as his feet moved, a figure akin to the Grim Reaper appeared in front of his eyes. A strong gust of wind assaulted him as the shadow of a leg viciously kicked out like a blade. With a bang, the tyrannical force caused Tang Yicheng to be like a cooked prawn. His body arched and in the next instant, his body flew out like a cannonball, smashing into the ground. If you have a problem with me, then we can fight openly. Victory or defeat depends on ourselves, but what I hate the most is people who don't dare to fight and only know how to hide in the back and scheme. Of course, this isn't worth me slowly torturing you to death. The most important thing is that when the rainforest's sacred grounds calamity approached, you were the first person to acknowledge the enemy as your father. Even the second dream, who I hate the most, is stronger than you. That's why I'm torturing you to death. A cold voice resounded in the sky and entered Tang Yicheng's ears. Below, many people sneered coldly. Previously, when the enemy came, the geniuses of the rainforest sacred ground didn't fear death. They resisted the enemy head-on and didn't lose their dignity. However, Tang Yicheng had lost more face than anyone else. Moreover, everyone could see that if Tang Yicheng won today, the ones who would be tortured to death would definitely be them. Because Tang Yicheng was such a person. Torture him to death. Many people waved their fists and shouted. That's right, Lin Ling was torturing Tang Yicheng to death. Although it seemed cruel and merciless, no one thought so. Because this was Lin Ling, magnanimous and magnanimous. He could kill 10,000 people in a fit of rage, but he could also save 10 million people in a fit of rage. Xiao. Just as Tang Yicheng's body was about to hit the ground, a figure shot out like a sword. In mid-air, the figure grabbed Tang Yicheng's neck and lifted him up high. Tang Yicheng struggled with his hands and legs. His face was pale, and he no longer had that handsome appearance. He also didn't have that confidence that he had everything under control. In front of Lin Ling's absolute strength, any of his schemes were like paper. Even his crafty schemes couldn't block Lin Ling's fist. Lin Ling, you've killed too many people. You'll definitely have a heart demon. You're the son of the devil. From the moment you were born, you existed to kill. Tang Yicheng couldn't even make a sound of pain. He could only speak these words with difficulty. Perhaps he also knew that he was going to die, but he wanted Lin Ling to bear it all. Haha. Haha. On the ground, Lin Ling's right hand was still holding Tang Yicheng's neck high. He laughed, but his laughter was very radiant, very pure, and even very clean. I used to be an ordinary person. Haha. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, flames erupted, burning Tang Yicheng. Chapter 1049. Fighting side by side, everything he did was to protect, to have a clear conscience, to live a carefree life. He, Lin Ling, had never killed, nor had he become a demon. In this world, it was difficult to judge whether it was right or wrong, good or evil. All one needed to do was to have a clear conscience and live a carefree life. A person's life was like a mayfly's dream. Everything was like Lin Ling's principle. The world's winds and clouds come from my generation. Once I enter the pugilistic world, time passes quickly. Life is nothing more than a drunken life. This was Lin Ling. The smoke in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing the blue clouds. The earth gradually calmed down. Countless gazes looked at the proud young man. Many people smiled faintly. At this moment, they seemed to be somewhat familiar with the newly risen king. He has changed his view of me. Yes. In the distance, the girl in the black dress looked at the young man who was as dazzling as a star. She gradually smiled, causing the members of the Night Clan to be secretly shocked. This was the first time they had seen Second Dream smile. This girl, who was as mysterious as the night, seemed to be smiling for Lin Ling. Ling, my son. Yes. Mo Nianchen also smiled at her son. She was gratified and proud. She had never thought that there would be a day when her father, the four desolate clans, would be led by Lin Ling to fight against foreign invaders. If Lin Ling's father was here, she felt that he would be even prouder than her. We won. Haha. Finally, someone cheered. The entire land was filled with joyful laughter. The feeling of surviving a disaster was too wonderful. Flame Legion, today your name will shake the sacred land of the rainforest. Yes. Turning around, Lin Ling looked at the familiar figures on the ground. Then, he smiled. His smile was as clean and bright as ever. The moment he raised his sword, the Flame Legion members were excited. They knelt down on one knee. Leader! Leader! The earth-shattering roar rang out. Many of the Flame Legion members' eyes were wet. A long time ago, the youth had told them that one day, they would be able to laugh proudly in this world. And now, the youth had done it. He had made them the strongest faction in the rainforest. This sense of honor from fighting side by side, this sense of teamwork from following Sir to the north and south, was too exciting. Besides them, the Saint Spirit Realm student who had defeated the fire demon was also very excited. They had studied all their lives, but today, they could finally accompany Lin Ling and become famous in the rainforest. Flame Legion. Yes. Many people's hearts were shaken. In today's great battle, that terrifying army had displayed a strength of great importance. It was deeply engraved in their hearts and would even enter the annals of the rainforest's holy land. This brat, he raised a bunch of people who aren't afraid of death. The 4 clan leaders smiled faintly. Before this, they had also seen that if it wasn't for the Flame Legion, more people would have died today. If it wasn't for the Flame Legion, they wouldn't have had enough people to stop the enemy. The Flame Legion was good, and the only person who could have led this Iron Blood Legion was that arrogant young man. Lin Ling's gaze fell on the 4 clan leaders. He smiled warmly. The 4 clan leaders had also contributed a lot. Lin Ling also liked the feeling of fighting side by side. Hee, although you're much younger than us, to be praised by you, I don't know why, but I feel a strong sense of pride in my heart. Feng Bo replied with a smile. He was a little excited, and so were the others. All of this felt like a dream. With their seniority, they were already used to being flattered and praised by others. However, no amount of praise could compare to a single sentence from Lin Ling and Yu. Lin Ling looked at Yu Yu and the others. Yu Yu smiled. Under Lin Ling's leadership, this group's sense of honor was even stronger. Perhaps this was the feeling of home. Lin Ling. The earth let out a loud cheer. In the distance, many people were also watching. Although they didn't know what Lin Ling looked like, Lin Ling's name was known by everyone. The student has surpassed the master. Rain Master Mo Ping sighed as he looked at the distant young man. In the end, he smiled and sadly turned to leave. It seemed he didn't dare to face his grandson. Rain Master Mo Ping. But at this moment, a cold shout rang out. Rain Master Mo Ping's body trembled. He stopped and slowly turned around. He knew that Lin Ling was angrily shouting at him. As expected, Lin Ling was going to settle accounts. Fighting side by side with you feels pretty good. However, the moment he turned around, he saw a bright smile. The young man shrugged and said to him with a smile. You stinking brat. Rain Master Mo Ping's heart seemed to have been shattered. His grandson didn't seem to blame him anymore. Instead, he told him that it felt good to fight side by side with him. This simple sentence almost made him cry. In the end, he couldn't help but curse in anger. This made his 3 old companions burst into laughter. Perhaps only the 3 clan leaders knew that the serious Rain Master Mo Ping must be incomparably excited and proud at this moment. And in order to hide his emotions, he couldn't help but curse. Play by yourselves. Rain Master Mo Ping angrily turned around and left with large strides. However, the moment he turned around, no one saw that his old eyes were already wet. That sentence of fighting side by side was more precious than anything else to him. It also meant that his grandson didn't have much resentment towards him. Father. At this moment, a soft voice floated over. It was Imo Nianchen. Chen, perhaps I was too strict with you in the past, but time has proven that you were right. having a high starting point doesn't mean that you can reach the highest point. The most important thing for a person is their unyielding will, their teeth clenched, and their bones stubborn. This is the most important thing. I'm old now, and my vision was a bit blurry in the past. Father. Rain Master Mo Ping's old voice floated out. He finally apologized. And at this moment, his figure seemed a little lonely. But his spine was still like a pillar, supporting the heavens and stepping on the earth. Maybe he was too snobbish, but everything he did was for the Rain clan. So, he apologized, but he was still magnanimous. Father. Father. Mo Nianshan's eyes were wet. After so many years, her father had finally apologized. This was the first time he admitted defeat. And Lin Ling smiled faintly as he watched Rain Master Mo Ping leave. In truth, he still didn't like Rain Master Mo Ping. But after all, that old man was his mother's father. And even if he didn't like Rain Master Mo Ping, he couldn't deny that Rain Master Mo Ping was a magnanimous old man. Wanting face no matter what, suffering for nothing. The three clan leaders looked at Rain Master Mo Ping and couldn't help but laugh. But in their hearts, they were moved because they knew that to make the solemn Rain Master Mo Ping say those words, it meant that Rain Master Mo Ping had admitted his mistake. That old man was just like that. He was stubborn all his life and was too arrogant. Today, his grandson had created an impressive battle record. The old man was happy and proud for his grandson. But because his grandson wasn't raised by him, he didn't have the face to see his grandson. But no matter what, Lin Ling's words were too precious to Rain Master Mo Ping. Everyone, disperse. Chapter 1050. The calm before the storm. A day later, news of Lin Ling summoning the 4 great desolate races to battle spread throughout the entire Rainforest Holy Land and the 100 territories. It had to be known that in the Rainforest Holy Land, the Bodhi Saint Palace was the most powerful influence. But this place was too sacred and didn't have any contact with the outside world. Thus, many people subconsciously didn't consider the Bodhi Saint Palace. Below the Bodhi Saint Palace were the 4 great desolate races. The 4 great desolate races represented the 4 great heavens and earth of the Rainforest Holy Land. But Lin Ling, a mere 20-year-old youth, was able to summon them. This proved just how terrifying Lin Ling was. Without a doubt, Lin Ling was a rising king. Fierce. He took revenge on the Heavenly Dragon Empire, destroyed the 5 great ancient countries, and then clashed with the Rain clan. Finally, foreign enemies came and he summoned heroes to battle. Lin Ling is truly worthy of being the idol of our younger generation. He has created too many miracles. He will surely be recorded in the annals of history. The Heavenly Fall era has arrived. I hope he can lead us out of this predicament. In the restaurants, in the streets, everyone was discussing Lin Ling's name. And at this time, in the 7 profound martial house, a man was quietly sitting. His face was as calm as an ancient well, but his eyes were constantly flashing. This person was the martial house master, Sky Lin. Lin Ling had risen. His speed had surpassed his imagination. Now, even he couldn't touch Lin Ling. And most importantly, he knew that Lin Ling wanted to find him for revenge. This was definitely the next step of Lin Ling's plan. Book. Sky Lin faintly shouted. An ancient book floated out from a nearby bookcase. He carefully looked through it, and then his eyes began to shine. 6-star Holy Region, Void Star Divine Palace. With the announcement of the Heavenly Fall era, everyone knew that powerhouses were coming. But under the merciless rolling wheel of the heavens and earth, even as the martial house master, he was in danger. But now, he seemed to have found a way to survive. That was to hand over Lin Ling and have the Void Star Divine Palace accept him. Lin Ling. Sky Lin faintly smiled. He took out the mother and child bug and gently said, Lin Ling should have relaxed his guard against you. You can slowly approach him. The mother-child insect was silent for a moment, and then an unwilling voice came out, "Disciple, I know. You don't seem to want to do it. You have to know that everything you have was nurtured by me. Moreover, I left my instant mystic sword seed in your body. I can kill you with a single thought." Skylin frowned. He could sense that his disciple was somewhat unwilling. "Disciple doesn't dare." A firm voice came from the other side. "Act according to the plan." Skylin shouted coldly. Then, he put away the mother-child bug. At this moment, the rainforest sacred land was in a state of tranquility. But this tranquility was only the calm before the storm. Everyone knew that the heavenly fall era had arrived, and they had only won the first battle. The mountain river valley was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless powerhouses of the rainforest Holy Land had come to visit. Now, the mountain river valley had become an existence that was comparable to the Bodhi Saint Palace. Even the Seven Profound Martial House was basking in its glory, but the Martial House Master Skyforest actually didn't have anyone come to visit. At this moment, two figures were standing quietly in the middle of the valley. They were Yin Sha and Heaven Fiend Ming Wang. From time to time, they would look at the young man sitting cross-legged in the middle of the valley. They were protecting their master, Lin Ling. The late Saint Spirit Realm, it seems I'm getting closer and closer. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the two's gazes as he thought to himself. During this period of war, he had accumulated enough experience and insight to break through to the next realm. But his current cultivation wasn't too strong. Only when he reached the transcendent realm would he be able to breathe a sigh of relief. He wasn't familiar with the transcendent realm. Currently, there weren't many people in the rainforest Holy Land who had reached this realm. The first wave of attacks is already so strong. What about the second and third waves? Lin Ling frowned slightly. Outsiders were happy that the rainforest Holy Land had survived this calamity, but Lin Ling felt that what came next would be even more difficult. Perhaps he would have to give up on the rainforest Holy Land. After all, Du Xingchen had only brought 7 people, but that was already difficult for the rainforest Holy Land to resist. If more powerhouses arrived, then the rainforest Holy Land would be like a candle in the wind. Ancient Flame Demon, Yiksha King, this is the last line of defense. If even these cards can't block them, then we'll have to give up on the rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling clenched his fists tightly. He had prepared a lot, but the ruthless world had taught him that reality was crueler than ideals. Sword of Life and Death, Level 3 Life and Death Profound. If I use Ancient Flame Demon again, I might be able to reach Level 4. Fire Profound, Level 5. Lin Ling sensed his own strength, which made him somewhat satisfied. This was because according to what he knew, the 4 desolate race patriarchs only used martial arts profundities. As for him, he was only at the sacred spirit realm, but his martial profundities had reached the 5th level. His strength was astonishing. Then, Lin Ling stood up and took a step forward. Yin Sha and the other two smiled. Their master had come out of seclusion. "Master, His Majesty from the 100 Territories requests an audience. The ancient powerhouse of the rainforest Holy Land, Old Ancestor Reliance, wishes to see you." The two said one after another. Lin Ling was famous in the rainforest. Too many people had come because of his reputation. After all, many people had never seen Lin Ling before. "I won't see him," Lin Ling said indifferently. At this moment, he did not have the time to deal with these guys. He would rather use the time to improve his strength. Yin Sha and Heavenly Fiend Ming Wang laughed. This was their master, so domineering. Lin Ling walked out of the valley. At this moment, the outside of the valley was somewhat tranquil. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and their fragrance permeated the air. Outside the valley, several beautiful figures were laughing and chatting. They were Yu Yu and the others, and at this moment, they were planting flowers. Lin Ling was speechless. Why did girls like flowers so much? Then, he looked around and his eyes narrowed. His mother, Emo Nianchen, was among them. She seemed to be on good terms with Yu and the others. Lin Ling was surprised. When did they get so close? Aunt Mo, these lilies are so beautiful. You're indeed Aunt Mo. Hee, Yu, you're such a sweet talker. Your peonies are pretty good too. Junior sister Heavenly Concubine, what are these? Why are the flowers placed so strangely? Following Mo Nianshan's voice, all the girls looked at the smart Heavenly Concubine. This is the 8 trigram sky cloud formation. Heavenly Concubine puffed out her chest and said proudly. All the girls, Lin Ling, who was far away, she did not forget to arrange her troops while planting flowers. She was indeed the Heavenly Concubine. She had this habit in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but it did not change in the rainforest sacred ground. Looking at the beautiful scene in front of him, Lin Ling felt extremely relaxed. At this moment, his will to protect everyone was even stronger. Then, Lin Ling smiled gently and said, "Your flowers are very beautiful." Lin Ling. All the girls looked at Lin Ling. Their delicate faces were filled with joy. Mo Nianshan looked at Lin Ling with satisfaction. Previously, she thought that Lin Ling only had one girlfriend. Who knew that he had so many? Moreover, all of them were beauties. Yu, as light as a lotus. Yu Man Yun, as noble as a princess. And Yuer, as cold as a fairy. Heavenly Concubine, so smart that it was adorable. Chapter 1051. Visiting the Rain Clan. These girls were all top-notch beauties. For Lin Ling to be able to win their hearts, it was a blessing that he had cultivated for half his life. Of course, Mo Nianshan had to admit that her son was also very outstanding. He was completely worthy of these beautiful girls. Hee. Lin Ling took a step forward and walked towards the girls. Although he had not confessed to many of the girls, their numerous life and death experiences had given them a tacit understanding. Lin Ling. Yes. The girls also walked out and ran towards Lin Ling. Previously, you said that when we were planting flowers, Lin Ling, as a man, did not come to help. If he comes out of seclusion, you will definitely punish him. In the end, he just came out and you have already forgotten your promise. Mo Nianshan said helplessly as she slapped her forehead, making the girls feel a little awkward. After a short conversation, Patriarch Extreme Flame also arrived. Gradually, everyone came. They looked at Lin Ling with excitement and pride. Perhaps they never thought that the Fire Ancient Clan, which came from the tiny cloud region, would one day become the #1 clan in the rainforest sacred land. After all, there were countless ancient clans in the 100 domains. To rise among the thousands of clans was not an easy task. And the person who had done all of this was Lin Ling. Well done. Now, the Rainforest Sacred Land is one of the 5 great desolate clans. Our Fire Ancient Clan has taken advantage of your glory and become one of the great ancient clans. Patriarch Extreme Flame took a step forward and patted the back of Lin Ling's head. No matter how frivolous Lin Ling was or how shocking Lin Ling was, in his heart, Lin Ling was his grandson. He would never forget that childish but determined face. Grandfather. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and shouted. He had always been very respectful towards Patriarch Extreme Flame. This was because Patriarch Extreme Flame made him, who had lived 2 lives, feel familial love for the first time. Right, grandfather, we should go to the Rain Clan to take a look. Yes. Mo Nianshan said respectfully to Patriarch Extreme Flame. She had met Patriarch Extreme Flame before, so she was not unfamiliar with him. That is the ancient Rain Clan. Patriarch Taiyan hesitated. He knew what Mo Nianshan meant. After all, he and Rain Master Mo Ping were relatives by marriage. But after so many years, he had never seen Rain Master Mo Ping even once. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to see Rain Master Mo Ping, but the Rain Clan was too big. He wasn't qualified to see him. So what? We're going to see him. That's Rain Master's good fortune. Lin Ling said indifferently as he sensed that Ancestor Extreme Flame's momentum had weakened. His words made Ancestor Extreme Flame's pupils constrict. That's right, Lin Ling was not qualified to go to the Rain clan. It was impossible. Brat, he's your grandfather. Mo Nianchen knocked on Lin Ling's head lightly. She knew that the Rain clan had left a bad impression on Lin Ling. No wonder Lin Ling would say that. The crowd secretly laughed. In the entire rainforest sacred land, only Mo Nianchen dared to knock on Lin Ling's head. As for the others, just looking at each other was enough to make them tremble in fear. Lin Ling shrugged helplessly. He did not care about his mother's knocking. On the contrary, he liked the feeling of having a happy family. Then let's go. Following that, Lin Ling waved his hand and said. Everyone laughed. They also wanted to see how the ancient Desolate clan was like. After a long time, in the Rain clan's fairyland-like valley, a large number of people arrived. They were the Fire Ancient clan. According to etiquette, they had come to visit their in-laws. As for the Rain clan, they had always been mysterious. Other than the recent war, they had never received so many people. This also showed how proud and aloof the Rain clan was. Who's there? A Rain clan member frowned. There were too many people. Furthermore, they had come to the Rain clan without informing them. This was not giving the Rain clan any face. Lin Ling. An arrogant voice came from afar, causing the Rain clan members' pupils to dilate. Lin Ling had returned. Quick, tell the clan leader that Lin Ling has returned. What was surprising was that not only were the Rain clan members not angry, they were instead ecstatic. One had to know that after Lin Ling left the Rain clan, he had never returned. This made them think that Lin Ling had abandoned the Rain clan. If an ordinary person abandoned the Rain clan, the proud Rain clan would not care. However, Lin Ling was different. If he could bury the hatchet and return to the Rain clan, it would be their honor. Lin Ling, you're back. Hee, you've grown taller. Nianchen, your son is promising. A large number of relatives rushed out and smiled at Mo Nianchen and the others. Their smiles were filled with worship and flattery. Mo Nianchen felt like she was in a dream. In the past, when her son came to the Rain clan, he was greeted with mockery and ridicule. But today, all her relatives came to greet him. They were even praising her son for being promising. This made her feel that these relatives were too realistic. However, this was also the style of the Rain clan. Hence, very soon, a strong sense of pride rose in her heart. In the past, when her relatives competed with each other, she, Mo Nianchen, was the silent one. But today, her brothers and sisters no longer had the qualifications to compete with her. This is my grandfather. Lin Ling's attitude was cold. Although he did not resent Rain Master Mo Ping, he would not have a good attitude. So this is Nianchen's in-law. He's really old but vigorous. The relatives of the Rain clan smiled. They did not mind Lin Ling's attitude. After all, this was human nature. If they had received the same treatment in the past, they would not have a good attitude either. Hee. Ancestor Taiyan was flattered. He did not expect the Rain clan to be so enthusiastic. Lin Ling, you're here. At this moment, a large number of figures appeared in the sky. They were the patriarchs of the other three desolate clans, Fenghua, Yeming, and Kei Shen. Grandfather, why are you here? Yu shouted in surprise. Kei Shen smiled and said, it's all because of this little guy. I'm here for Lin Ling. The hearts of the Rain clan's people trembled. Lin Ling's reputation was too great. One had to know that in the Rain clan, the other three patriarchs would only come if the patriarch had something important to announce. Usually, the three patriarchs were elusive and did not have the qualifications to see them. It seems like Lin Ling is more powerful than we thought. The Rain Clan's people were even more polite. Not long after, a soft cough was heard. An old man walked over with large strides. It was Rain Master Mo Ping. Everyone bowed respectfully. Mo Nianshan greeted his father, and ancestor Tai Yan also smiled and nodded in greeting. Only Lin Ling was still standing proudly, as if he was not facing his grandfather, but a cultivator of the same generation. This brat, his temper is as stubborn as a bull. Rain Master Mo Ping was completely speechless at Lin Ling's attitude. However, he did not blame Lin Ling because he knew that Lin Ling did not resent him. He was just returning the cold shoulder of the past to him. "Let's go in," Rain Master Mo Ping said with a smile and let the crowd follow him into the valley. However, they soon realized that Lin Ling was still standing there motionlessly. "Grandson, let's go in." Chapter 1052. "Let's go in," said Lin Ling, smiling indifferently. Mo Nianshan smiled as well. She knew that Lin Ling was trying to get justice for her. Lin Ling had brought ancestor Tai Yan here today, so you sure had to call him grandson. Otherwise, it would be hard to say what kind of status Lin Ling had. It was also a form of respect for Mo Nianshan. You sure Mo Ping also knew that, so he was very polite to ancestor Tai Yan. Even though ancestor Tai Yan was just a weak cultivator, he didn't dare neglect him. In the grand hall, the relatives of the two clans were seated. There were 2 seats at the head of the table. One was Rain Master Mo Ping, and the other was empty. This caused many people to be puzzled. Who was the one who made that seat? "My in-law, this seat is reserved for you," said Yushir Mo Ping, looking at ancestor Tai Yan. Ancestor Tai Yan's heart trembled violently. Yushir Mo Ping wanted to sit on the same level as him. After all, if ancestor Tai Yan sat on the lower seat, it meant that he was inferior. However, Yushir Mo Ping had given him great respect and allowed him to sit on the first seat. This old guy knows how to do it. Lin Ling was finally satisfied. Mo Nianshan shook her head helplessly. Her son was good at everything, but he could distinguish between kindness and hatred. He had lost his dignity and dignity. Yushir Mo Ping quietly looked at Lin Ling and finally felt relieved. It seemed that he had made up for his past mistakes. The banquet was incomparably lively and harmonious, as if it was the end of the year. After the meal, the hall was filled with noises. The peacock god winked at Lin Ling and smiled. "Lin Ling, we have something to discuss." The other 3 clan leaders did the same. Lin Ling nodded and followed them out. In another slightly quiet room, Lin Ling and the others sat down. The 4 clan leaders' faces were a little more serious. "Lin Ling, the heavenly fall era has arrived. What do you think we should do?" Obviously, they had asked Lin Ling to come here to discuss this matter. Generally speaking, such a major event would not be attended by those who were not of high status. However, Lin Ling currently had the qualifications. "What do you guys think?" Lin Ling's expression turned serious as well. The 4 patriarchs represented the people of the Rainforest Holy Land. They were different from the Bodhi Saint Palace. The Bodhi Saint Palace was more mysterious and rarely bothered with the affairs of ordinary people. "I think we should fight with everything we have. Even if only one of us is left, we won't retreat. After all, the rainforest is our home. How can we abandon our home?" Count of Winds said coldly. "I think so too. Moreover, if we can block the first wave of attacks, we can definitely block the second wave." Rain Master Mo Ping also nodded. The 4 patriarchs spoke one after another, but Lin Ling remained silent the entire time. "Grandson, what do you think?" Rain Master Mo Ping suddenly said, which made Lin Ling smile. Then, he said indifferently, "If we can't win, I think everyone should leave the rainforest sacred land." "What?" The 4 patriarchs' eyes narrowed. He wanted them to abandon their home? Previously, only 7 people came, but they wanted us to go all out to block them. Now, even more experts from the Void Star Divine Palace have arrived. How can we stop them? Where there's life, there's hope. The rainforest's sacred land is our home. However, this home is not the land, but the people. The people are my Fire Ancient Clan's relatives, the Rain Clan, the 4 Desolate Clans, and everyone. Lin Ling said word by word, causing the 4 patriarchs' expressions to change drastically. Yes, this home was not the rainforest sacred land, but all their relatives and friends, all the people and mortals. Then what do you plan to do? Rain Master Mo Ping asked. They had already regarded Lin Ling as the leader of the 4. As the saying went, each new generation surpassed the previous one. They had no choice but to admit that they were old. Lin Ling, just say the word and we old ghosts will follow you to the death. Yi Ming also said. Lin Ling's potential was too great. He knew that in the future, the rainforest's sacred land would belong to this youth. If we can't stop them, we'll leave. We just need to find a place to hide and raise our strength. When we're strong enough, we can make a comeback. Lin Ling said slowly after pondering for a moment. This was a plan he had thought of before. The 4 patriarchs pondered for a moment before their eyes lit up and they nodded. All right, I know of an uninhabited area far away in the 100 territories. Although the mountains are barren, the rivers are treacherous, and there are many demonic beasts, if we unite as one, we can still survive in this merciless world. Feng Bo nodded. He had wandered the north and south in the past, so he remembered that place. Good. When the heavenly meteor era comes, if we can't beat them, we'll immediately retreat. Of course, this is our last resort. If we can stop them, that's even better. Lin Ling also nodded. But after hearing what you said before, I think it will be very difficult for us to stop them. Sigh. Rain Master Mo Ping sighed and shook his head. The other party was too strong. There would definitely be countless transcendents coming, and they only had a dozen or so on their side. The heavenly meteor era is not a reshuffle of the rainforest sacred land. It's a reshuffle of the 6 great holy lands, so at that time, the 6 great holy lands will be united. Among them, Bodhi Sacred Palace will also come out. So, things won't be as terrible as we think. Lin Ling explained. How do you know this? The 4 patriarchs looked at Lin Ling, extremely surprised. Lin Ling seemed to know something they did not. Because I'm the holy son of Bodhi's sacred palace. Lin Ling said with a smile, causing the 4 patriarchs' faces to stiffen. Lin Ling was actually a holy son. According to what they knew, the conditions to become a holy son were very difficult. None of the geniuses of the 4 desolate clans had succeeded, but Lin Ling was a holy son. This news was too shocking. Old Ghost Rain Master, I find that your grandson repeatedly creates miracles. Every time, it makes my heart beat faster. Wow. The 4 patriarchs were surprised for a moment. Yi Ming said enviously. Why didn't their desolate clan have such a genius? Heh heh. Rain Master Mo Ping smiled faintly. However, everyone could tell that he was proud and complacent. He was even happy that he had humbled himself previously. This was because only by making it up to Lin Ling would Lin Ling return to the Rain clan and become his grandson again. I'm the king of holy sons, the #1 holy son of the 6 great holy lands. Seeing the 4 patriarchs in high spirits, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and said lightly. The 4 patriarchs, being a holy son was not the most shocking news. The king of holy sons was the most shocking news. Impressive, impressive. Impressive. The 4 patriarchs were already at a loss for words. The king of holy sons was probably the strongest amongst the holy sons. And these holy sons included the holy sons of the 6 great holy lands. It had to be said that this news was even more shocking. What can be confirmed at present is that when the 6 great holy lands encounter the heavenly meteor era, someone will definitely inform us. When that happens, the 6 great holy lands will unite as one to fight against the external enemy. And if we fail, we will leave the 6 sacred regions. Lin Ling did not dwell on the topic of the King of Holy Sons. Instead, he exhorted, making the 4 patriarchs nod. By the way, the 4 of you are one of the few transcendents in the rainforest sacred land. I would like to ask about the requirements to enter the transcendence realm. Chapter 1053. Requirements for the Transcendent Realm, Heart. The 4 patriarchs exchanged a glance before Rain Master Mo Ping smiled and said, "Once you surpass your own state of mind, you can touch upon the Transcendent Realm and step into the world of Nirvana." Heart? Lin Ling frowned slightly. Everyone has their own heart demons and obsessions. Once you see through these obsessions and heart demons, you can succeed. However, although this is simple, it is actually very difficult. Because this is the ascension of one's state of mind, the process is far too elusive, so many masters are unable to touch upon the transcendent realm in their lifetime. Feng Bo also explained. The transcendent realm was the realm of Nirvana. After reaching this realm, in addition to martial arts, a cultivator's state of mind would also be sublimated. At the same time, their lifespan would also be greatly increased. Therefore, the transcendent realm was also a dividing line for cultivators. Those who crossed it would be able to see the boundless sea and sky, while those who failed, no matter how dazzling their achievements and identity were, would eventually be reduced to dust. At present, in the Rainforest Holy Land, besides the 4 of us, only the palace masters of the 7 martial halls remain. Some of them have reached the transcendent realm while others have not. The transcendent realm is divided into 7 realms, and we are all second-order transcendents, the strongest masters outside of Bodhi's sacred palace. Lin Ling, you are the number 1 genius of the 6 great holy land. You may have a chance to touch upon the transcendent realm, but that does not mean you will succeed. Remember, don't be anxious, relax your mind and find your obsessions and heart demons. Obsessions and heart demons are different for everyone. There are desires, murderous desires, guilt, and so on. Others cannot help you with this, you can only rely on yourself. The 4 patriarchs all gave Lin Ling pointers, causing Lin Ling's heart to feel warm, and he nodded, "Thank you." We are old, the world belongs to you young people. Moreover, I like your attitude towards your family and friends, so we hope to become your family and become the guiding lights for your growth. The 4 patriarchs all said in unison. They knew of Lin Ling's deeds and knew that he was willing to fight for his family and friends, so they all envied Lin Ling's family. "We're all family." Lin Ling smiled and nodded. This caused the 4 clan leaders to become excited. Lin Ling had acknowledged them. Even though the comprehension of one's state of mind is dependent on one's individual, we can still provide the greatest assistance to him. Then, Feng Bo stood up and waved his right hand. A warm light enveloped Lin Ling. He was showing the process of his breakthrough in the past to Lin Ling. The other 3 were the same. They didn't hide anything. It had to be known that a martial artist's cultivation had always been a secret. They would not easily show it to others, but they did not hesitate to show the scene of their cultivation. This also showed how much they doted on and valued Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as an illusion of Feng Bo's breakthrough appeared in his mind. Feng Bo's obsession was love, while Yushi's was righteousness. The Rain clan was his obsession. Everyone's obsessions were different, but if one could see through them, they would be able to reach the other side and reach the transcendent realm. What are my heart demons and obsessions? Lin Ling muttered to himself. His mind began to recall, as if he was searching for something in the sea. Gradually, a powerful aura burst out from his body, and a sacred saint arena appeared. The fire energy of heaven and earth was under his control, and the Tai True fire also appeared. The 4 patriarchs sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's talent wasn't weak, and he had probably reached the emperor physique level. But the most important thing was the fire attribute. Lin Ling's comprehension of the fire attribute was too profound. One had to know that even though they had reached the transcendent realm, their martial profundity was only at the 6th stage. Du Xingchen, as a foreign genius, had only reached the 4th stage, but Lin Ling had reached the 5th stage. This showed just how profound Lin Ling's comprehension of the fire attribute was. It could be said that in the rainforest's holy land, besides the 4 clan leaders, no one else's martial profundity was stronger than Lin Ling's. Even old Xian from the martial arts hall had not reached such a level. He's about to break through, this freak. Suddenly, the old man Yiming said in shock. The other 3 also narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling was about to break through again. A 20-year-old late-stage Saint Spirit realm, this was too abnormal. Lin Ling's aura grew stronger and stronger, causing the world energy to swirl around like a tornado. At this moment, the Saint platform also bloomed with dazzling light. Quick, Fengbo, take out your 1,000-wind spirit spring. Don't hide it. I'll take out the Bodhi Rain liquid. Rain Master Mo Ping was happier than anyone else. He quickly took out the precious materials he had kept for many years to help Lin Ling break through. Old Mo, you're underestimating me too much. Who said I was hiding it? Fengbo said in dissatisfaction. He took out a black copper cauldron and placed it in front of Lin Ling. The cauldron was filled with wind, like water and wind, but it had a rich world energy. Rain Master Mo Ping sprinkled the Bodhi Rain liquid on Lin Ling's body. He was afraid that Lin Ling wouldn't have enough spiritual energy to support his breakthrough. The 4 patriarchs took out their precious treasures to help Lin Ling break through. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with worry in their eyes. With the addition of treasures of heaven and earth, Lin Ling's breakthrough was like a fish in water. Sizzle. Sizzle. As if the universe was collapsing, spiritual energy rushed in from all directions. The black hole in Lin Ling's dantian grew bigger, crazily sucking in the chaotic spiritual energy. This black hole was the Saint platform, the source of all Saint Spirit Realm experts' strength. Saint Spirit Realm experts relied on this black hole to control heaven and earth's energy. As time passed, the black hole grew bigger, as if it was going to swallow heaven and earth. This was the symbol of a late-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert. It seems like he succeeded. The 4 patriarchs were overjoyed. They saw the black hole shrinking, turning into a black sphere the size of a planet. It was extremely mysterious. Ka ka ka. At the same time, the ground where Lin Ling was sitting sank, as if an ancient giant beast was standing there. Obviously, Lin Ling's Tai True physique had improved again, and his 110,000 small worlds had awakened at the same time. What terrifying power! Rain Master Mo Ping sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he was a transcendent, he could only admit that he was inferior to Lin Ling in terms of physical strength. The flames are even crazier. At the same time, Yiming was also shocked. Billowing flames spread around Lin Ling, making the 4 patriarchs feel as if they were in a world of fire. This was the fire profound principle, a world formed by the power of fire. But what surprised the 4 patriarchs was that even they could feel the vastness of this world of fire. One had to know that they were transcendents, 2 realms higher than Lin Ling, but they still felt as if they were in a world of fire. This showed how terrifying this world of fire was. I finally understand why Du Xingchen lost to him. This little guy's foundation and comprehension are at the level of a monster. Fengbo sighed. Lin Ling's foundation was too solid, and it was hard to imagine how strong Lin Ling would be if he reached the transcendent realm. Chi chi chi. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.